Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City of Santa Clara joint meeting of the City Council and the Stadium Authority Board. I'd like to call the meeting to order. May I have a confirmation of a quorum, City Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, confirming the quorum.
All right, we're going to start with our...
Madam Mayor?
Oh, yes,
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
I just want to make a note that Councilmember Gonzalez is participating remotely this evening.
Okay, so for the rest of the evening, everything's a roll call vote?
That's correct, and we'll mention that at 7 o'clock as well.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, so the first item we have, and only for our study session, is a study session to review the proposed fiscal year 2025-26 and fiscal year 26-27 biennial operating budget and fiscal year 25-26 capital improvement program budget changes. City Manager.
Council, Javon Grogan, City Manager. Very excited to be before you tonight. As you know, this is the first of 3 meetings on the proposed budget. The second study session will occur on May 27th with a planned final adoption on June 10th. Important to note, this budget continues our biannual process of alternating between the operating and capital budget each year. The proposed budget includes funding to continue day-to-day operations without any reductions in personnel or services to the community. I want to note a few key highlights of the budget that is before you. It includes, most importantly, the funding of 12 grant-funded firefighter positions for a grant that is due to expire on March 2026. We know that that was a significant financial challenge for the city in prior years, and glad to announce that the proposed budget includes funding for those positions. Additionally, the budget includes unfreezing of half of the frozen police officer positions, so it unfreezes 3 sworn police officers. It restores our budget stabilization reserve to the policy level of 25% that this city had before the COVID-19 recession. It also provides implementation staff so that we can ensure that we implement the capital projects in the voter-approved capital bond. Council will note that there was an expressed intent to have as much of the bond proceeds go toward projects and make sure that as much project management cost and overhead was funded elsewhere, and so we've been able to accomplish that in the proposed budget before you. Additionally, the budget includes support as well as reimbursement to move forward with our execution efforts for Super Bowl and World Cup next year. Other key investments in the budget include funding for Council's priority focus areas and enhancements to programs and services across the organization, and you'll hear a little bit about that tonight. Most notably, increasing our services for the homeless, improving our community development permit review, as well as an additional position for our environmental sustainability efforts. It's also important to note that this budget is not without challenges, and in fact, the 10-year forecast shows that our revenues will outpace, our expenditures will continue to outpace our revenues in future years. And we do not have the funds to fully restore all of the frozen positions that were frozen during the COVID recession. And we do not have the funds to fully fund all of our capital maintenance needs. And so that remains a challenge for the city. I know Council is well aware that we are in the process of planning and will soon launch a fiscal sustainability project that will occur over the next 12 months following the beginning of next fiscal year, really to grapple with our fiscal challenges and at the end of the day bring you a series of recommendations and strategies to address that on a long-term sustainable basis. With that, I want to acknowledge the work of our very dedicated budget team. You'll hear from Finance Director Kinley in a moment, but I just want to take a moment to acknowledge Margaret McCann, our budget manager, as well as 4 other additional people in the budget office, Tien, Tess, Maxine, and Libby, who were just instrumental over the last few months as we worked across the organization, met with every department, really to go, in some cases, almost line by line through the departmental budget. So thank you for all of your hard work. With that, we have a presentation prepared for you. Director Lee will provide the majority of that presentation. I will come back up for some closing remarks, and then we are certainly here to answer any questions that you have. If we cannot answer them tonight, we will be prepared to provide that response at the next meeting, your May 27th, your next regular meeting on May 27th. With that, I'll turn the presentation over to Director Lee.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, members of the public. Ken Lee, Director of Finance. Always appreciate the opportunity to talk about budgets. And so before I get started with the presentation, I just want to provide some context for those watching at home or those that may not be familiar with the budget process. Budgets for every public agency is one of the key documents or guiding policy documents that allocates resources to fund city services, city council priorities. And so when we've released this budget earlier this month, you'll notice that it's a thick, almost 700-page document, a lot of information in that document, likely a lot of questions from all of you members of the public. So we do have city staff here, want to acknowledge them. This budget couldn't have been completed without all the work from our city departments. It's a team effort to get all the information, all the resource allocations in the document before you. So over the next 3 sessions, today is our first budget study session, next one May 27th, and then a public hearing on June 10th. We welcome your engagement, your feedback, your questions, members of the public. If you have questions about a certain page, topic, a question about funding allocations, this is the time to bring it up, to raise questions, and staff is here to answer as best as we can. So with that, our agenda for tonight, I will provide an overview of the budget, what this budget includes, some of the highlights. I want to provide an update to our 10-year general fund forecast. I know that's a tool that we use and we update every spring in the March, April timeframe. That's the basis or sets the baseline for our 2-year budget. So I want to talk about that. The general fund budget, so I'll talk about our revenues, our expenses, and some of the highlights, and then get into the key budget proposals that are included in the document. And we have some very specific details around positions related to those proposals. This is the off-cycle for our capital budget. The council did approve a 2-year adopted capital budget last July, but we do have some capital budget amendments, and I'll talk about that. And then, as City Manager mentioned, we do have an update on priority setting, and then just closing it out with questions in the calendar from here. Just as a reminder, Santa Clara is a full-service city. 5 lines of businesses as shown on this slide, not just the city of Santa Clara, including the services our public is very used to seeing, public-facing, police, fire, parks, libraries, streets. SVP, our full-service electric utility, Stadium Authority, you guys, the City Council, acting as the Stadium Authority Board, acts on that budget in the March timeframe. Convention Center, so that budget document, we work very closely with our vendor and details around their budgets included in this document. And then as co-owners with San Jose on the regional wastewater facility, the budget does include our portion in the water and sewer budget of our both our operations and then with our capital budget, the CIP related to that facility. So full service city. And so this budget document touches on every one of these areas. The proposed budget, as you heard some of the details that the city manager mentioned around proposals, it allows for targeted investments. It includes proposals in key areas. We heard through the April City Council priority setting session what your priority areas of focus are, and they're shown on this slide on the right. And so the proposals and details in this budget closely align with those focus areas, and I will walk through and talk through each of those areas. The proposals enhance city services, police and fire, development service, including permit review, housing and homelessness, sustainability, and library materials. These were all items identified through those priority setting sessions as key areas of focus. The budget includes resources necessary for successful implementation of our general obligation bonds that our voters passed last November. And then it includes the resources necessary to support the major events, FIFA World Cup events, as well as our Super Bowl on the city side. This budget also adopts a prudent fiscal approach. You heard the city manager mention the restoration of our budget stabilization reserve to 25% of expenses. As your finance director, as your director overseeing expenses, 25% is an important number to reach. It represents 3 months of operating O&M as a best practice. Important tool to address either an emergency, as we saw in COVID, very quickly our revenues can change, and we had to tap our budget stabilization reserve through the budget balancing of our pandemic. And then around any kind of emergency like an earthquake or as you read the headlines or hear in the headlines, consumer confidence can change very quickly. The budget takes an approach for using one-time funds for one-time uses. And so the primary dollars in this 2-year budget are centered around the allocation of one-time resources, and I'll talk through that. The budget assumes funding for a fiscal sustainability plan. As mentioned many times in these presentations, we've struggled and grappled with a structural deficit in our general fund. The need for additional work, hard work to identify capacity for some of the areas that this budget doesn't fund and our forecast continues to not include. And so that is an important project that will kick off later this fiscal year. And then the last bullet, I don't want to minimize the importance of this. You know, the voters have passed a $400 million bond. That is one-time money to restore capital infrastructure. This budget includes annual contributions for capital maintenance and replacement. So over the 2-year period, $3 million to our capital reserve, a very modest amount, but structurally included in the forecast, building up that transfer up to $10 million in the 10th year. Much more in terms of dollars needed for a city of our size, but an important fundamental concept included in the budget and included in the forecast. By way of the numbers, our budget's organized by fund type, and so for the accountants that love those kinds of details, government accounting. The primary function in our city, the public-facing, our general fund, totaling roughly $250 million there, $333 million in that first year of the budget. Want to highlight a couple other key numbers here. The debt funds, you'll see that rises and falls drastically there within the 3-year period. The current year, 152 million, 273, and then down to 27. That's largely around the timing of our debt issuance related to our Silicon Valley Power. And then the capital funds line item there, $568 million in our adopted budget. Every budget cycle I bring before the council, recommendations for continuing of many of those projects to the tune of roughly $200 million or so every year. And so likely the $1.55 billion of our proposed budget come June 10th, after all those carryover recommendations are made on capital projects, will be closer to $1.7, $1.8 million. So within the 5 areas of our full-service city, the dollars about $1.5 to $1.6 billion in activity. So I'll switch gears here, talk about our economic outlook and our 10-year general fund forecast. City of Santa Clara does partner with UCLA Anderson School of Economics with regards to a national forecast, a very reputable group. And so we do receive quarterly updates on the forecast. So this past spring's information informed our 10-year forecasts. As you can highlight in that first bullet here, trade tariffs, fiscal policy. Almost every day you read the news, something related to tariffs, ups, downs, negotiations. All that national kind of news and sentiment has an impact on our consumer confidence at the individual level. And so that is a risk that's out there in the forecast. As you can see, the GDP numbers on the graphic here to the right, a slowdown anticipated, roughly a little less than 2% growth per quarter through 25 and 26. The last bullet here, we did get an estimate after the report was published, and GDP actually declined 0.3%, the first estimate. So a drastic swing here from a growth of over 2% to actually a decline, something that we will continue to watch for, prepare for, monitor, but I would say right now it's too early to tell what that long-term impact is, and so we are seeing some volatility with some of the numbers here nationally. As we get closer to home, unemployment rate, 4.2%, very steady compared year over year. by economic reasons or means, that's very close to full employment. We see that on that graph on the upper right, in terms of single-family closed sales, we know that interest rates climbed drastically last year. The sales declined as affordability became a factor. As some of those interest rates have moderated, people have jumped back into the housing market, so we saw a 10% increase in closed sales year over year with regards to Santa Clara real estate. And then the last bullet on the bottom here, before you, and many times at council you've seen and heard some land use changes based on market demand. So still strong development demand on the residential side, some conversion on the industrial side. Still a high level of development activity as you see resources are being allocated and proposed to assist with services around development review and a lot of details around that. So still strong activity, especially in those two different sectors. And then before we get to the 10-year numbers, just a reminder, those at home or those that think about a 10-year model and they think that's a long range of time to forecast financial information. And it really is a strategic planning tool. It's not a crystal ball to see how well our team can be accurate in years 9 and 10. So naturally speaking, as you move out in the forecast, the precision from year to year decreases, but we do update this 10-year model every year. We do a line-by-line review of every expense and revenue in the budget, and it is our baseline. It's our base budget for when we develop the 2-year proposed budget. That last bullet, you'll see a couple slides and bullets around the caveats around a forecast. That sometimes there's criticism, why didn't the finance team forecast certain expenses or certain revenues. So there are elements that are outside of that baseline forecast that aren't included. Restoration of services that were previously defunded, increasing of reserves long-term. We talked about capital, funding of future growth. And I do have some slides and some information to talk about population growth, resource allocations, and the pace that we've grown as a city. So on this slide, this forecast was conducted in March and April of this year. Shows at least in the first year, our position has improved and largely on the revenue side. So at this time last year, I was reporting a 25-26 deficit of about $6 million. That swung to the good, a $9.3 million surplus, largely one-time sources. You see that in years 2 through 6 of this forecast, our expenses continue to outpace our revenues. So we do forecast shortfalls in those years. So as City Manager mentioned, that fiscal sustainability plan will be important to help identify capacity in our organization to address some of the shortfalls as well as some of the restorations or services that are not included. And as we go out to the outer years of the forecast, it does turn positive as many factors. One factor, retirement rates start to level off in terms of that growth, and so that does, at least is forecasted through our actuary through the 10-year model. So the items not included in the forecast, the city manager mentioned frozen positions. So there are about 31 positions still not restored, and so over time, as capacity grows, we will bring forward recommendations on those positions. New positions for existing staff that services future growth. So we do have some additions in this forecast, in this budget. Not fully every department or every service area that has experienced impact from growth is getting resources. New service area, so there are some allocations in this budget, but in the forecast, not every new service area. Cost of living adjustments over the forecast. We know that there's some bargaining units at the labor table today, and so to the extent those agreements are made beyond the forecast assumptions, that would put negative pressure on the forecast. And then funding our pension liability, that's a trend across the states our agencies struggle with, and to the extent CalPERS outperforms their assumptions, we do better. And so looking for ways to get fully funded, better than our state average. We do have a pension trust fund that the council adopted about 10 years ago, and so that's a tool that we have. And then the other items on this, full funding of our capital maintenance, equipment reserves. We still have areas in our departments where we fund equipment on a pay-as-you-go basis, or police and fire, so we work closely with them, hopefully with the goal of getting a long-term replacement schedule. And then funding for pilots such as SV Hopper, Vision Zero, is studies underway, areas where additional dollars would be needed to continue fully funding some of those key areas. And then around our fiscal sustainability project, we are developing an RFP, hopefully to launch later this fiscal year, early next year, with the goal of getting a consultant on board, really to identify a strategy for addressing our budget shortfalls, providing capacity for our services, evaluating the services that we do provide as a city today, and suggesting alternate methods of service delivery. And the goal really is to have a concrete strategy implementation action plan before the council to consider for ways to balance that shortfall and as well as create capacity. And so important need here to bring a consultant on to do that work. So I want to shift gears here to the general fund budget. I know I talked about the forecast. That set the baseline for our general fund budget. And what I want to talk about now is our two-year budget. So in terms of revenues, $337 million of revenue forecasted in that first year. The top three revenues here, property tax, over $100 million for the first time, forecasted here, 30% of our budget. Sales tax, roughly 20% of our budget. And our SVP transfer, roughly 11% of the budget. So the top three revenues make up over 61%, or approximately 61% of our budget. It's important to note the colors on this slide, a lot better than when we were in the COVID years, when a couple of our revenues tanked, 90% TOT. So the diversification of our revenues has provided for stability on our financial revenue picture. When you take a look at the revenues in the general fund over a 10-year timeline horizon, you'll notice some very strong performance on some key areas and not so strong performance on others. Property tax, I mentioned, taking a 10-year look back, almost a doubling of that revenue from $55 million to over $100 million, 93% over that 10-year time horizon. Sales tax, largely flat the first 4 to 5 years of this 10-year horizon. We have started to see some growth very, very recently. We are tracking that this last 2 quarters. In fact, working with our sales tax consultants, some of that money is included in this budget as one-time dollars for allocation, but we will wait to see and study that trend to determine if there's an ongoing or long-term trend. But again, sales tax, $65.9 million. If you see 21% growth over 10 years, roughly 2% or so a year. TOT, $27.5 million. We'll notice that we are finally above at least a dollar value pre-COVID. But when we think of occupancy rate and where we were pre-COVID and currently, I know pre-COVID we were around this low 70% occupancy rates in our hotels, currently at around the high 60s, so not quite there in terms of activity level, but at least from a dollar level, fully recovered, largely due to some of the increases that our voters passed. Business tax, that was a line item that was passed by voters for modernization. We are projected to hit our $6 million target this year, growing by CPI, as the council approved last month, $6.2 million of revenue next year. And then the SVP transfer, strong performance there just based on usage and capacity and the size of the system, $37.5 million of revenue projected next year. On the expense side, we are a service-oriented city, so 74% of our general fund expenses are for salaries and benefits. So the police officers that our residents see, the firefighters that respond to calls, their staff costs that are primarily providing those services in this budget. So 74% of the budget, or roughly $245 million. Now, when we take our forecasts, 10-year forecast picture, and set that as our baseline and move to the changes allocated in our 2-year budget, there's a total of $23.1 million of additional sources or revenue items that are proposed for allocation, and then $23.1 million of uses. So those are dollars that are proposed to be allocated for staff, city council priorities, GEO bond implementation, filling up of our reserves. And you can see here in 25, 26, $23.1 million. That includes our $9.3 million forecasted surplus, includes about $14 million in revenues that we received this current year that we know was not included in the budget, and our recommendation here is to allocate those dollars, sales tax dollars and stadium settlement dollars, to fund our budget stabilization reserve, $14 million there at the 25% level. When you look at year two, $7.2 million in sources, that includes carrying over some of those one-time dollars to the second year of the budget. And then on the expense side, continuation of some of the council priorities in city services, $2.9 million in year two. GEO bond implementation, so that growth up to $2 million for that second year as that program ramps up. And then as our budget size grows in year two, to keep the 25% policy level, additional contributions to our budget stabilization reserve. So we've allocated identified sources in both the first and second year of the budget to very key groupings. And I'll talk about the details of those proposals later in my presentation. When it comes to our general fund reserves, just want to highlight here with our first year of the budget, our budget stabilization reserve meets the council policy level of 25%. That's over $80 million for the first time since the pandemic, so restoring that is vital and important. Our capital projects reserve, you may recall that when we recovered or quickly recovered out of COVID, we had some one-time dollars the council allocated towards our capital project reserve that brought it up to $23 million. With the last two-year budget, we spent a portion of that, current balance of 7.8. As we add ongoing dollars to this reserve, $1 million in the first year, $2 million in the second, that will slowly grow, but we'll need to compete with the needs on our capital program. Pension stabilization reserve, about $35 million here in the general fund, $50 million all funds. We will bring forward recommendations as part of our budgetary year-end report in December to allocate funds to that reserve as we've done in the past. So that is our key tool to address our long-term unfunded pension liability. And then the land sale reserve, roughly $10 million current balance. The council did allocate $8 million for the International Swim Center until we issue GEO bonds, so that would, if recommended and approved, would go back to $18 million. So I want to touch on the proposed budget in total. So I talked about the general fund, just big picture revenues and expenses. I want to start by walking through positions. I know that, as I mentioned, we are a service-oriented organization. Many of the positions in the budget fund those services. And so July 1 of this current year, we are sitting at roughly 1,159 positions. And so over time throughout this fiscal year, to reset that baseline, the council did approve 18 positions on the council Tuesdays through the agenda process. 15 of those were to fund the growth in SVP and some of the support services around SVP at the warehouse and attorney's office. And RTCs or those reports are cited here just in case anyone wants to cross-reference. 2 HR positions were included based on a consultant report around employee safety. 1 public works restoration was included during the agenda process for ADA plan implementation. And then the budget also includes just a trade-in of as needed for a 0.25 of a parks and recreation position. So these are baseline changes that were included in the forecast before the council for approval. The budget before you, the first year, 25-26, does include 21 new positions and or restored positions, 10.35 positions included in the general fund, and I'll talk about those service areas later on in the presentation. 3 around the bond implementation, 2 for homelessness and housing element support, 2 for finance and public works around capital project accounting and a change in methodology for how we account for public works staff time supporting capital projects. one around our climate action plan, one restoration of a support position in our city attorney's office, a recreation manager in Parks and Recreation, and a couple partial positions in finance and fire. There are 3.75 positions utility funded in the finance utility billing shop as we've recovered from COVID and some of the KPIs around uncollected accounts as well as meter service and call volumes adjustment here to that baseline needed to maintain the services. 5.9 positions that are development fee funded, and so in our community development and fire department areas, I'll talk about some of the need, and then our IT, in our IT fund, one senior IT services manager. I think every department director will tell you they have a list of IT projects that are on the hopper of that would help their operations improve, and so that position needed to help deliver those projects. In year 2 of the budget, as city manager mentioned, restoration of 3 sworn police positions, 1 sergeant, 2 officer positions, 1 additional bond implementation position in the Public Works Department, and then the net effect of the expiration of the SAFER grant. That grant did fund 12 positions plus 6 at that time vacant positions, and so this is the restoration of the 12 positions that were previously frozen. And then in total, when you look at the 2-year budget, 39.25 positions, year-over-year change, both baseline and proposed adds, and then the net effect of the expiration of the grants, net reduction of 2 in year 2. When you look at those positions by department, and I just want to categorize those positions, 40% of our city FTE count or full-time equivalent count or support our utilities or our utility services, so SVP, water and sewer, public works, including our solid waste program, storm infrastructure. 34% of those positions are public safety, police and fire, emergency response. 10% are parks and recreation, library, very front-facing. 7% support community development, including housing or development permit review, and then 9% support all other departments. When we look at trends, so oftentimes, a lot of questions are around the budget, around the growth of positions, and so wanted to provide a 10-year look at what, when you look at our SVP electric utility, we know that utility has grown significantly, but when you normalize those positions over time, we have had reductions during the COVID years, almost 60 positions there represented in 21-22, and then we've incrementally been able to restore positions and include funding for new positions through that line. And so just to note here, 30.5 positions still frozen. Silicon Valley Power accounts for over half of that position growth over that time. And then over the same timeline horizon, our population growth was roughly 7.2%. And so when you look at the changes year over year, over the bottom line, you can see as an organization, we've grown 8.3%, but when you normalize for our electric utility, all other departments, that change over that 10 years, 4.6%, so a little bit less than our population growth over that roughly 10-year time horizon. So just wanted to provide that context in terms of our positions. I know a lot of questions come up with regards to the positions and the services that they provide. On the expense side, in the budget, just to round out some of the high-level conversation before I get into the details, our budget by dollars, 72% of our expenses related to SVP and water and sewer, 10% police and fire, 7% public works, and then 11% around the other city departments. This is all funds, not just the general fund. So shifting gears, I want to spend some time on the specific budget proposals and how they align to the City Council approved priority areas of focus. And so under the priority area of focus for outstanding quality of life, public safety investments include 12 relief firefighter positions, originally unfrozen as part of the grant. And so with the expiration of that grant, these positions are included in the budget on an ongoing basis. The unfreezing of 2 police officers, 1 police sergeant in year 2 of the budget, and that aligns with the continued effort by our HR department to fill existing vacancies, and based on hopefully successful vacancies that are filled, the need for those 3 or potential need for those 3 additional positions in year 2. And so we will continue to monitor that fill rate and bringing on added bodies to the police department. And so the capacity areas here, field operations, special operations division will support our traffic, our regional task force, and our partnerships with other agencies, as well as our aerial response team. And then the last bullet here, a proposal, one-time dollars for training on some new tiller trucks. That's a type of apparatus that our fire personnel respond to emergencies. And so with the change in a couple of those apparatus, one-time trainers, train the trainer model here to ensure that our public safety fire folks have the training they need to operate those apparatus. Continuing in the outstanding quality of life area of focus, a management analyst to help manage homelessness response. We heard from our council priority setting session from our community a large need to add resources, dedicated resources around homelessness. Currently, that's under our housing division manager with some part-time positions. This would create a dedicated position to help assist with setting up a pilot for safe parking, managing our overnight warming location or hotel program, and then continue to seek grant funding. The budget also includes a recreation manager working with Director Sparacino to support parks capital projects, a significant funding included in our GEO bond program that would require scoping, community outreach, additional management of our recreation programs, and so one additional recreation manager was included. And then the last bullet on this slide, Arts Master Plan, that has been a priority, I think, for the last 3 or 4 years, and so the budget does include dollars for a consultant study outreach to develop a fee led by our Parks and Recreation Department. Under the City Council priority focus area of excellent city government, restoration of library materials. This is half of what was reduced during COVID. One time on a 2-year basis, $145,000 each year for our library department. One management analyst for sustainability programming. This is in our city manager's office under our Director of Economic Development and Sustainability. One staff analyst to support the implementation of the recently approved housing element. That's important activities to maintain in compliance with that state-approved mandate. And then I talked about the IT services manager support, many of the IT projects that are needed in our organization, as well as some dollars to update our city website. In the same council focus area, under administration, the unfreezing and restoration of a legal office specialist in our city attorney's office, funding for election costs, potentially for a charter amendment. I know that was a conversation in our governance committee that was in our recent governance committee. So these are dollars in the event that moves forward, and that would be an effort led by our city attorney with many, many other stakeholders. In our HR department, knowing that recruitment is a key area of focus, our NeoGov system, which is the tool that our HR department uses for recruitment, so some of the additional tools that would assist with performance management and accelerate recruitment, that was a key proposal our HR director outlined. And then around the accounting of our capital project staffing with regards to projects and to improve transparency, a shift from fund and program allocation to directly in the capital projects. That's an effort that will require changes to our financial system, report generation, working very closely to make sure time, benefits, all those costs are allocated directly to projects. The addition of a business analyst to support a development technology effort, and this is funded by our technology fee. This is for our Acela permitting system. We know that our development customers want better use and more use of our technology, and so there's a list of items that have been identified, and this position would help support that. Utility customer service, so around our field service workers that assist with turning on, turning off both existing customers and new development. Customer service rep and accounting tech to assist with the call volume and the back office support around our utilities. And then funding for a financial fiscal sustainability plan, $500,000 included in the budget. Continuing the focus area of excellent city government, development services, our building division, 2 positions, one plans examiner, 1 senior inspectors. These are frontline positions to help assist with the turnaround times for our development review. In the fire department, 1 fire protection engineer, fire prevention specialist, management analyst, and contractual plan review and inspections. We have heard from our customers that the building and fire areas are areas that where resources may help. We also have forthcoming, I believe, through our city auditor's office, an audit coming around our development review. And so some of these resources are included to help address that forthcoming audit. And then the second bullet on this item, consistent with 10 years ago, prior large sporting events, recommendation here with regards to excess liability insurance to protect the whole city. These aren't just specific to the event and to the stadium, but within our city, working with our risk management area team in our city attorney's office, the recommendation here to spend some one-time existing dollars in our special liability fund to fund additional coverage here. So no new funding, but allocating some fund balance to add to our liability insurance. Around the focus area of reliable infrastructure, support around our GEO bond, approved in November of 2024. As you may have heard, a phased delivery approach on that expenditure plan. We will be before the board shortly just with some of the activities around that first phase and with the recent seating of, or will be seating by the Council of the Bond Oversight Committee, some really quick activities around the bond program forthcoming shortly. Funding of $1 million in the first year, $2 million in the second year via one-time general fund dollars to provide support for positions. And what this does is it, with the limitation or restriction in the bond resolution of 5% use for staffing, that would maximize the project dollars for bond, from the bond for projects. And so that includes a bond projects manager, a principal engineer, senior civil engineer, and a management analyst. Under reliable infrastructure, also included is one-time dollars for a study for our city fiber network. We know that there are areas where internet service and high-speed internet broadband is not equivalent and equal, so this was an identified city council priority, so that is funded. Feasibility study for a solution around the Tasman-Lafayette Bridge on, with regards to rideshare drop-off. This is an initial study, allocation not enough for the capital improvements that would be required. And then the last bullet here, just to highlight it, with the infrastructure, $1 million in the first year, $2 million in the second year, just to our reserves for capital maintenance and replacement. Around our 2026 major events planning, this budget does include, I just want to remind that all the activities around our major events, including as well as our NFL and non-NFL, while they're funded through our stadium authority and or through our partners, our stadium manager and or Bay Area Host Committee, the dollars do originate with our City of Santa Clara departments. And so funding is included for public safety, planning, and coordination, with the assumption that all of those costs are fully reimbursed either by those partners or the stadium authority. And then there are continuing work efforts with our key stakeholders here. Forthcoming will be updates around those agreements. But wanted to highlight just the budget does include dollars for our major events. Shifting gears here, capital budget amendments. So this is an off-year cycle, second year of our biennial capital budget. Adjustments are included based on continuation of project work efforts. So oftentimes an initial study or designed is funded, completed, and from that, information is gleaned and dollars are needed to fund continued projects. So that includes our Henry Schmidt Park rehab project that's both funded, proposed to be funded by in lieu fees, MFA fees, and our GEO bonds. Central Park access parking and improvements as that study has been underway and design's underway, additional dollars. With our water and sewer department, as asset management studies and videoing, that picture in this on the right here, videoing of our sewer infrastructure has identified some key areas of added investments necessary. So that's included in our capital budget amendments. Around our priorities, as those relate to capital dollars, our public art master plan, the studies for Tasman Lafayette, and around our pavement program to the extent that they lift some of the manhole height, water and sewer dollars to support our pavement. And so, as I mentioned earlier, a carryover of dollars from the current year to next year to continue those projects after July 1 will be included in our June 10th presentation. And then separately, GEO bond projects and budget amendments will be brought forward as those details are fleshed out internally with staff. And so with that, I want to turn it over to our city manager to close out the presentation and talk about priorities, and appreciate the time to engage with you.
Thank you, Director Lee.
Thank you, Ken. All right. So I wanted to take a moment to talk about priorities and your priority focus areas. As the City Council will remember, we recently had a one-day priority setting session facilitated by an external facilitator. And as a part of that process, you have a report that has been sent to you that recapped the really excellent work that you conducted as a council that day. And this is a representation of a graphic that you really collectively came up with to articulate your priority areas of focus for the coming year. And really, if we start at the bottom, it really says everything we're doing over the next fiscal year is really supported and underpinned by a lot of the work we're doing to support the major events. And you really had 4 pillars, if you will: excellent city government, reliable infrastructure, outstanding quality of life, and thriving community. And you highlighted a number of things in each category. And so I'll go through and talk about each initiative in a little bit at a truly a high level, but I want to articulate where we are with funding. Also important to note that we will take a look at creating a dashboard, and a public dashboard, so that you and the public can see our progress on these. Important to note that many of the initiatives, I know you know, but just as a reminder, are multi-year initiatives. They were never things that were thought that could be all accomplished in 1 year. And there are various groups throughout the organization working on them. Next is an example that we can't do all things, but we can do a lot. And so in addition to working on just the day-to-day operations of the city organization, one of the things you talked about in your priority setting session is that an intense focus should be on implementation of Measure I, the bond. Again, the 2026 major events, economic development, and truly establishing an economic development program here in Santa Clara that concentrates on small, medium, and large size businesses, both business attraction and retention. We've talked a lot about the fiscal sustainability project, all of your existing council priorities and referrals, and then we went through in significant detail at the priority setting session all of the organizational projects and initiatives that staff is working on really to enhance services and programs that are really under the surface. So at a high level, we have a few slides that articulate your priority initiatives. And a check mark means that they're partially funded, either previously funded or in the proposed budget. Check mark with the circle, fully funded, and a representation of a person means that it's resourced by staff. There has not been a budgetary allocation, but we've been able to begin that project with existing staff resources. And so Number one, under excellent government services, is improve employee morale and satisfaction. We talked a lot about that. The funding part here is funding for a employee survey that is expected to launch in June, either late June or July. Support the expansion of SVP, our electric utility, to capture future business. You're very aware of the funding of that project, and so we routinely bring items before you, and I think there are some on tonight's agenda as well for funding those important projects. Improve communication to residents and of city issues and our long-term plans. We have dedicated staff for that. Restore library hours, that has been completed, but then restoring the materials budget is in the proposed budget at $145,000, and the director noted that. Streamline and improve city permitting process. You received about a 40-page write-up for the priority setting session, and memory serves me, I think on page 22 of that was a long explanation of all of the various initiatives that are ongoing and planned for that. And so that project is fully funded, but it is a work in progress. And there's an audit report coming to you soon on that from the auditor's office. Develop a long-term financial plan for our capital improvement projects. That is, of course, partially funded in that we do not have funds to fund all of our capital improvement needs. Establishing a parking permit program on the north side. We have dedicated staff toward that. Upgrading infrastructure and prioritizing the use of AI at City Hall. We have dedicated staff to that, and we have an internal working group on that. I do know that there are desires for a more public-facing AI policy, and so certainly we can have conversations on that. But this initiative was more internally facing. Paid parking at the Convention Center and Tasman Garage. You know that project is underway. There's some initial funding for that, and it's also, there's a meeting next week on that. Stadium Relations Committee, we have assigned staff to that, and we'll be bringing forward a item for you to fully appoint people to that committee, and a focus on economic development and public-private partnerships. You know that we've allocated staff to that. Next is reliable city infrastructure, creating a citywide infrastructure maintenance plan that is partially funded, and we articulated that there are various maintenance plans across the city. Identify city-owned properties, that is funded. SV Hopper, I think the council knows that there's about a $2 million delta that remains unfunded, but we are seeking outside grants for that. Development of the Vision Zero plan to reduce traffic collisions, that is partially funded. As you know, we have funded the plans, but not all the infrastructure. I'm sorry, that's fully funded because we funded the plans, but not all the infrastructure. Brocon-Benton undercrossing, the feasibility study is thankfully fully funded, and we celebrated the receipt of a grant for that just a few weeks ago. Expanding our fiber optic network funds, as the director articulated in the proposed budget for that. The Rainbow Crosswalk is again funded. We will be bringing back an item for you to make a final selection on the location for that. Funding for dispatchers and fire personnel for 2026. That is funded, and we've talked about the restoration of the 12 firefighters within this budget. And there are, the police department has a number of vacancies, and we are restoring 3 positions here. Feasibility study for Tasman, we've talked about that, that's funded. Providing interim support for housing and outreach services for our unhoused population, partially funded. And you have a council study session coming up to really knit together all of the work that's being done under that effort. The International Swim Center, as you know, there was recently an item before you that partially funded that. In many ways, that's fully funded because we know that the Measure I bond will fully fund that, but you have another action to take for that to be fully funded. A nexus fee for public art, we've talked about that's in the proposed budget. And off-street parking for the unhoused, that is unfunded. We currently have a grant or a community project request, requesting funds for that. And expanding senior services to the north side is unfunded. Lastly, thriving community. the build and reclaim and focus on our downtown through density bonus and funding of a public art program is partially funded. We've done a lot of work on that, and that Nexus study is currently ongoing. Open Uptown Santa Clara. There are people dedicated to that, but we know the related project, as your very last meeting had a very detailed study or discussion of the related project and reasons why that project is delayed. We have dedicated resources to our economic development program, as well as our business initiative programs. So with that, more than the vast majority of your council priorities either are partially funded, fully funded, or staff is dedicated to that. And many of the ones that are partially funded, we need to do additional work before we come back to you with a recommendation for additional funds. And so we're not recommending an additional allocation. We have gone through a very detailed process in developing this budget to take a look at all of your priorities. And where money was needed, or where we thought money was needed, we included it in the budget. And know that there are a number of things on here on this slide that are TBD, and we will be coming back to you as additional work is done for that funding allocation, or if we do not receive a grant and we need to move forward with an initiative, we will come back with that. So lastly, to close out this presentation, we are here on May 13th for the budget study session. Your next meeting is 2 weeks from today on May 27th. That will be your second study session with adoption scheduled for June 10th. And the budget will be in effect for July 1 of next year. And this calendar starts on April 29th, but staff has been working on this for many, many months. I believe we began in October or November. And I think at many of our departmental budget meetings, I open by saying it's both a blessing and a curse to have your city manager, having been a former budget director, because I can sometimes nerd out on this stuff and really go deep. But it was I want to thank staff in the finance department as well as across the city for all of their work over the last 5 or so months to bring you the document that's before you. With that, we're here to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Hey, City Manager. Well, we have a whole 15 minutes to ask questions now, but I know that report was quite extensive. Oh, did you have more?
Oh, no, I was
Oh,
going to add.
okay. Oh, okay. All right, let's at least get all of our questions so that, from the council and the public, so that the city manager can bring back responses at our next meeting. Let's start with Councilmember Jane.
Big thank you to Director Lee and the whole staff. A $1.6 billion budget is a pretty big deal, given that, $330 million of that is general fund, but it's still a very big budget. I had one question regarding the fiber expansion. I know we're putting in $500,000 for a study to look at fiber expansion, and the purpose stated is for equity, to be able to provide internet to areas of our city that our residents don't have good internet. But typically, our internet has not been used to provide, our fiber has not been used to provide internet services to residents. It's been for schools and for businesses, and then private companies like Comcast or AT&T provide the internet. So I wanted to understand what the thinking there is about how the fiber would be used to bring better internet equity. And then I'm really pleased that we're going through this fiscal sustainability effort, because it's really always perplexed me. Santa Clara should be one of the richest cities in the Bay Area. We get 10% of our general fund from the SVP utility sales tax. That's $30 million going to, I think, $37 million in the future budgets. It's a huge asset. We also have a jobs to housing ratio of like 2.9. So we have huge revenues from all of the businesses where we don't, have as many residents to provide services to. So it's always perplexed me why we have ongoing deficits. We should be incredibly flush with money. And so I'm glad that we're doing the fiscal sustainability effort. And I look at other cities around us, you know, Sunnyvale, they don't have their own utility. They were able to pay for their new city hall out of general fund that funded a bond. Mountain View does a lot of safe parking and shelters for homelessness, services that we don't provide. So it's always perplexed me, and I'm really looking forward to this fiscal sustainability effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Lee, City Manager, and all the staff for the great job. I would like to touch the first part of Councilmember Jain's financial stability, sustainability study, and financial stability. It's very important. Like, we are getting like that $30 million extra than any other city. So we have to decide the concept of pay as we go. Like, we should be having much more money into our capital infrastructure investment as we go. And that we lacked in that, but at least this new study and balancing the budget and putting some more money into these buckets will really help us down the line. So I'm very happy about it. So a few questions on slide number 16. We had a TOT forecasted for 26 to 27.5%, which is around 20% more than our last year. Is it because of a general forecast of that thing, or is it based on our special events we are going to happen in 26? Because that 20% jump seems to be a little bit odd, but I want to find out for that. Slide number 19. We have capital projects target as 5 million, and that's I know it's mentioned as minimum. I think we should increase it to a reasonable level where we feel comfortable, as Councilmember Jain was saying. Other cities like Mountain View, Sunnyvale, they have enough capital investment while they're going. So I think that target, we have to, instead of taking it as a minimum, we should put a target which is reasonable enough for the next budget. So we keep in mind, hey, we are falling short on that, and we should have, our target should be higher on that. That's just a comment, but I don't know how you are contemplating that minimum part of it and other part of it. I have a slide number 31 and slide number 47. We are talking about the funding of restoring library material, and I hope that's most of it would be digital funding of the material in the libraries. So on slide number 31, it says it's funded 145K, but on slide number 47, it says it's not funded. So I'm a bit confused about it, and I'm not sure what were asked by the library. If it was asked more than 145K, I think we should look into that. Library is a resource which is our community uses a lot, and with the resources, with the $1.5 billion budget, 145K is a very small amount. If the library asks for more, I would love to see that amount to be increased as per the library demands. Building division, adding one planning plan examiner and one senior inspector. My question on that is, I have not seen the audit report on our permit process and where we are lacking on that. Basically, it will be presented to the governance soon probably, but has that been taken into, because staff probably has that report, has that been taken into account when we are budgeting these two positions? Because I do receive a lot of referrals from residents and businesses that we are lacking in part of providing timely permitting process. So that my question is that after reviewing our audit report, or it was pre-audit report? If it is pre-audit, then what else we can do to improve those functionality on that department? On slide number 35, feasibility study for walkway, stairway from Tasman to Lafayette for rideshare. Is city funding that, or stadium authority should be funding that? Because the rideshare is primarily for the stadium events, And if we can save that money, put it to library or other resources, and Stadium Authority can fund that, that would be good. And I appreciate the priority session recap by city manager. I know last year we had a recap after a very long time, but this time the recap has been pretty instant, basically, so I appreciate those efforts on that. Thank you. Those are my questions and brief comments. I'll make some more comments if there's a time left on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. Really good. I always laugh that if you're smiling, that's okay. We're going to be all right. So I appreciate that you've done such a good job of calling this out, and that we are up to 25% in this budget for our reserves. I sleep better at night. And many, many times our residents question whether SVP is helping us. And I appreciate you calling out that it's 11% of our general fund, of our, even what we have is from that directly. And that is one of the things we benefit. I too was a little confused about the stadium liability and I wanted to understand, was that city or stadium? It sounded like you were putting it on the city, and I wanted to understand that. The Hopper project, I hope that we're going to get a really good report about how that is helping and how it's being utilized, especially if we cannot receive a grant to continue that. I want to make certain we understand that. I did pass on to you the SVRIA change in budget, and that has been adopted, that which I did give you, so I hope that's been baked in. I got that to you as soon as possible. And we had a meeting today about the water treatment plant, and there's some costs there that I would make certain that you were very well aware of from the water and sewer director, because we're rebuilding that as we're running it, and it's going to be a little more expensive than we had hoped. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Cox?
Thanks, Ken and Javon. Sorry I sound gross tonight, but, and thank you, because I know I sent about 11 questions and most of them got answered. So just a few that I still had questions about. I think on slide 36, it doesn't necessarily state that we are giving a position to support the upcoming event needs, but it says staffing resources provided. So I'm wondering if you could speak to, is that just additional funding for it? Is that a position? And if so, is this a fixed term position that will have a sunset date? I wanted to know if at the next meeting we would kind of get a roadmap for the unfunded priorities like Vision Zero. Oh my gosh, I'm terrible. And when those would be revisited potentially for future funding, since a lot of those align with the priorities. Talking about the GO bond, I know that we're prioritizing projects based on what's kind of penciled out and already has a development plan in place. But I'm wondering if those priorities change, what will be our set method for making timely adjustments to that? And will that be something that is impacted in the budget? Just kind of looking at the charts that we brought up at the end that showed funded, partially funded, and staff supported, I think I want to better understand if we're creating real bandwidth issues for the staff and these priorities in terms of realistic expectations of bringing more priorities that can't be done. It didn't look like the staffing needs increasing were going to reflect, you know, these increased priorities. So I'm concerned that in June or July, if we do a staff survey about, you know, just kidding. But I just want to be realistic about the priorities that we're putting on staff and if there really is sufficient bandwidth for that. I'm glad that Councilmember Hardy brought up the liability issue, because I think that you said it was to protect the city, but on that slide itself, it said it did not include stadium issues, if I'm not mistaken. And then finally, we've mentioned a few times that this 10-year goal of getting to $10 million in the capital reserve is still quite low for what we would need. And so I'd be curious, and again, I'm happy to have these questions come up at a later date. I know we're pressed on time, but what is a realistic number? And if our capital reserve fund is of grave importance to us, how would we be working towards that more realistic number in a biennial budget? Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Park.
Yes. Thank you for the report as well. Do have a number of questions. I'm in slide 12. You talk about funding needs not in the forecast. And you mentioned that bargaining units are at the table today and they will be beyond forecasts. My question is, what do you take into account for bargaining groups? I mean, do you take into account COLAs? Is it nothing? I mean, what do you do? Do you look at past contracts and put down a number for that, or is it just nothing? It's just on top of what the budgets are? Glad we have the pension stabilization reserve, but I'm worried about, again, the long-term funding gap. I don't know that the reserve the reserve would have to increase as the numbers diverge or converge, and I think that I would like to know what we're doing to manage that. Simply increasing the stabilization reserve should not be the answer. Slide 28, you talk about police and fire account for 10% of the budget. What are they separately in terms of staffing and in terms of budget? When we lump them together, we don't really see the disparities between the two organizations. We put them as public safety, and public safety sounds really good, but if one side is complaining about resources and the other side is, well, they're both complaining about resources, I'd like to know what the basis of those requests are. On slide 25, you talk about the number of IT staff. My question is that sufficient to cover the work plus new policies? City manager talked about AI usage, normally for external, but I mean, I've stated this at other conferences. The IT people you have in-house today aren't necessarily the people that are going to spec the tools that you will use in the future, like AI tools. There are different skill sets. We can look to getting contractors, but I think that as we ramp up, as the world ramps up on different tools like AI, we would probably need a little bit of consistency and continuity across policies without having to go year by year or contract by contract. I mean, and I guess I'd like to know, we've got an increase of 2 positions from 2023-24 to 25-26. I'd like to know what those 2 positions are going to cover. Slide 38 is talk about Henry Schmidt Park developer fees. The updates will be handled by developer fees, the general obligation bond, and lieu fees. And whenever we talk about in lieu fees, I mean, we usually talk about in lieu of land. And my question is, how much are the in lieu fees compared to the cost of the land they are giving money in lieu of? I mean, I'd like to know what the in lieu fees are, because we're already at a deficit when it comes to park space for the number of residents that we have. And, getting nicer parks is one thing, but having park space that we can renovate in the future for a growing population is also very valuable to me. Slide 45, talk about off-street parking for RVs, people living in cars. Looking at funding, we don't have anything there. A lot of the input that we're getting from residents deals with the increasing number of cars being parked on streets, moving back and forth because they cannot park there for more than 72 hours, but they're just moving back and forth. And in my district, I can tell you the 3 places where they rotate. In the lobby of City Hall, bless you, we have a brochure that details services for people who are unhoused. And I read that, I look at that, I don't think there are any more there, because I think I took and gave out the last one. But partnerships aside, how much are we spending on service that support people who are unhoused? I mean, for all the services there that refer to other things, that's fine, but there's almost no place that we go to the city for services. I've talked to the city librarian about perhaps setting up or perhaps looking at Central Library or any of the libraries as service centers, as places that people can go to for help, because they are widely visible, but that's additional costs. But I'm thinking, can we pull in costs? Can we look at projects that, set up the library as a center, because people go there to the library anyway. And rather than have a library, people working at the library ill-equipped to deal with the services that people that come to the library are looking for, it would be really nice to just set something up where we can have referrals in the city without having to go to external organizations. On slide 43, talk about priority setting, and I'm thinking, well, we didn't really set priorities. We talked about priorities, and we heard how the priorities that we talked about in the past were being handled or not handled, funded or not funded. There were some priorities that fell off that, I recall, I went back to my notes, and I can't see why those priorities are not there. But the statement was, we don't have funds to fund all of our funding needs. When we talk about the GEO bond was originally we have a capital infrastructure deficit of $600 million, but this council chose to go forward with a $400 million bond. And I'm kind of concerned about that. We had Vice Mayor Cox talking about the $10 million in capital reserves, which is really low. I think that one project can easily use all of that money. I would also like to know what a realistic number is based on the deficit that we have, even knowing that if we only had $400 million worth of capital projects that we had to cover, the $400 million bond would not even cover that going forward. There will be increasing costs as it takes time to implement, and I would like to know how we're going to cover that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess my questions are fairly similar to Councilmember Park. But basically, one of the things as far as capital, I know that the city, of Santa Clara have entrusted us with $400 million. And as we look at that, we have to have some funding. And typically, I can tell you school districts are required by the state to have 5% of the general fund to be allocated to a maintenance and operation, basically maintenance. So typically we would have about, for us it'd be $15 million. We're allocating $1 million for next year, which is, wholly insufficient, but that's where we're at today. So hopefully in the future we can pass some policy to make sure that we have maybe whether it's a 3%, 5%, I would say 5%, but policy to make sure that we, as we use those general obligation bonds of $400 million, that we not only make sure that we have the money to keep those projects and those facilities up to par, so that in the future, we're our citizens can rely on the funding that they've entrusted us with, and that we're maintaining that with the money that we're seeing in the general fund. As far as the positions that we're bringing back, I think that it's great that we're doing that, and as long as we have a plan to make sure that these and we have that allocation already, but we're not using one-time money for for ongoing expenses. We need to use one-time money for expenses that are one time. So definitely, I would say that we definitely need to make sure that we have some idea, some plan to move forward. So as long as we have that for those positions that we're bringing back, I think that's important. We don't want to hire people and then down the road have to fire them. So basically, having a plan. Do we have a plan for those people moving forward? And then moving forward, having a policy to for our ongoing operation and maintenance.
Is that it, Albert?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll ask my questions very quickly and go to the public, and then we're going to take a 10-minute break. And hopefully you'll bring these back at a later time. Okay, so usually at the end of every budget cycle, we come up with a surplus. Sometimes it's quite large. So I'm wondering why is that? It's a good thing, but are we to expect that this year again? So overall, what is the percentage increase for the overall salary and benefits compensation for all of our employees? I think there's like one number that I can't remember what it is in here. I couldn't really find it. I wanted to know how much money we're setting aside for a charter amendment. I don't remember a charter amendment being discussed by this council, but usually if we do a charter amendment, we decide what we want to amend. We have a charter review committee and then come back and then fund it for an election. So I don't know why we're funding it so early. So I wanted to know how much money is set aside for that. The additional liability insurance you talked about obviously is for Super Bowl and World Cup, so I want to make sure if that is the case, which it is, I'm sure, that the Stadium Authority or the 49ers covered that, that insurance, that extra insurance for the next year. You talked about major events and dollars that are set aside, so I want to know how much is being set aside. I know that there's multi-million dollars worth of costs that are going to run through our city's general fund. Hopefully, it's all reimbursed. Who knows, though? So I'd like to see how much that is and then have some kind of a public dashboard that shows what we've spent so far, how much has been reimbursed, and what we can anticipate in the future. Because I don't think I've ever heard how much all these events are going to cost us. So I would like to know what that is. And how much of our city services are being redirected for Super Bowl and World Cup? And will the services that our city employees, that the time that they're going to be working on that, will that displace our normal service delivery to the city? And how are we addressing this? And lastly, the library. I understood half of what was reduced during the pandemic for library materials is being reimbursed then, I guess, or reallocated for this year and the following year. The libraries become our new community centers, and so many of our events in the city run through our libraries. So I'd like to see, and this is for materials, that we be fully funded for that. I think it's a drop in the bucket compared to all these other things that are in this budget. So I think those are the only questions I have. So thank you very much. I'm going to go now to the public. Do we have any public members that would like to speak about the study session for the budget? Do we have anybody here in the audience? If you'd like to speak, come forward. No, she's sitting down. Okay. Is there anyone online? All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you to City Manager and Finance Director for this. And we'll be back when, City Manager? Our next meeting? May 27th. We will be back. If you could answer those questions, we may have more at the end of that as well. And we're going to take a 10-minute break. So coming back at about 6 or 7 minutes after 7. So I apologize. We're going to start the meeting a little bit later. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority concurrent meeting. Could you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I call roll, I will note for the record that in accordance with the Brown Act Government Code Section 54953B, Councilmember Gonzalez is attending tonight's meeting via audio-only teleconference. The location from where Councilmember Gonzalez is attending was included on the agenda for this evening. Councilmember Gonzalez, at this time, I ask you to please confirm that your agenda for this meeting was posted at your teleconference location.
That's correct.
Thank you. And that this location is accessible to the public?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Please also state whether any members of the public are in attendance at your teleconference location.
I'm in the lounge because people are walking by.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat that?
I'm in the lounge, so people are walking by because
Okay. Thank you. All votes taken during this teleconference meeting shall be by roll call vote. Thank you. Councilmember, Board Member Gonzalez.
yes.
Thank you. Councilmember, Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Jane.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Cox.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. The AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of Behavioral Standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor and chair's direction in matter of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone must come to attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those attending in the capacity as a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome, everyone. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll now move on to the council agenda. Continuances, exceptions, reconsideration. City manager, we have one continuance that's on later in the agenda. I didn't write down the number. Do you have that?
Item 5, Madam Mayor. Sorry.
Okay, item number 5. And so that item is Public hearing, continuance until June 24th, 2025 of action on a tentative parcel map at 1700 Richard Avenue and 1600 and 1650 Memorex Drive to create a two-lot subdivision. And that public hearing is open, so your staff is requesting the continuance to that time. So we're going to keep the public hearing open. Does anybody want to speak on that continuance? May I have a motion from the council to continue that item with the public hearing open until June 24th?
Motion to continue.
Second.
Second.
There was a lot of, I think everybody made a motion and everybody seconded, so you can pick.
You pick.
You heard that one, he's closer. Okay. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. City Manager, go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you, Mayor. Just want to articulate the reason for the continuance. The council will remember this item was first scheduled for your April 8th meeting. At that time, it was determined that there was an issue with the lot frontage and a little clarification was needed. Staff has communicated with the applicant and we requested on April 8th to continue to this meeting, May 13th. The applicant is aware of the change. Unfortunately, they were not able to make the change in time for tonight's meeting. The applicant has requested that this item be continued to June 24th, and so that's why we're requesting the continuance today.
Thank you for that clarification. So we have a motion and a second for the continuance.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Do we have any other continuances, exceptions, or reconsiderations from council, staff, public? I don't see any. All right, so we're going to move on. So we have a few special orders of business this evening. But for our first two agenda items, the City Council will recognize outgoing youth commissioners, and we will take action on the 2025-2026 Youth Commission appointments. So now I would like to invite Youth Commission Staff Liaison Gail Ichiho to the podium to acknowledge the outgoing commissioners and share a little bit about the new appointees. Welcome, Gail.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, and City Manager. First, we'd like to recognize the 5 outgoing youth commissioners. We appreciate the service and commissioners have provided the community and wish them the best as they continue their service and education. First, we have Simran Gar, has served 3 terms. Mariam Ismail has served 2 terms. Ryan Kim has served 3 terms. Kara Liang has served 3 terms, and mostly as our chair. And Haranya Prek has served 4 terms. We thank you for your commitment to Santa Clara.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out how we're going to do this now.
Do you want me to do the next item?
Yes, do that, and then we're going to, at the end of this, we're going to take a photo up here with everyone. So if you just stay
You guys
put,
can stay over?
maybe to the side. Thank you.
Thank you. So next for the 2025 Youth Commission appointments, on March 15th, 22 candidates were interviewed for the Youth Commission term. At the end of the process, 5 candidates and 2 alternates were recommended for appointment. In addition, 10 commissioners eligible for a reappointment. Youth commissioners are Santa Clara residents between the ages of 12 to 19 that may serve up to 6 one-year terms. For the consideration of mayor and council, I would like to announce the recommendation candidates and alternates to eligible returning members for the 25-26 Youth Commission term. Recommended reappointment for returning commissioners eligible for the 2025-26 term: Alyssa Domicito, Namita Ganandi, Shrika Gobisetti, Juliana Hernandez, Neha Israni, Rebecca Kuntz, Malia Martin, Samaria Mehta, Brian Wong, and Samar Suresh. Candidates recommended for appointment for the 25-26 term: Sunya Young, Mateo Espinal, Drew Madriga, Narika Lapiati, Anisha Nemu. And candidates recommended for conditional appointment as alternates for the 2025-26 term. Ayan Matar, Ibrahim, and Reyes. So, thank you, Mayor and Councilman, for considering this recommendation.
So thank you, Gail. On behalf of the City Council, thank you to our outgoing commissioners for your service to Santa Clara. We'll invite you up in just a moment for a group photo. And thank you to everyone who applied to serve on the Youth Commission. Your participation really greatly matters to our community. But before we do anything, I'm going to make this official. I'm going to ask the council for a motion to appoint the new commissioners for the new terms. You can see it on the agenda, the reappointment and the appointment of the body. So may I have a motion?
I would
Motion to
like to
approve.
so move.
May I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We're just going to make it official.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. City Attorney, we did it all in one motion. Was that okay? Okay, thank you. I don't want to have to do it separately. Okay, so let's first have the council down here in photo with the outgoing commissioners. Let's try that first.
No, that looks good. Not the gentleman next to you. We can't see his commendation. Eh. Okay. Yeah, maybe just hold that. Yeah, that's good. Just hold it up a little higher, buddy. Yeah, all right. Okay, here we go. We'll take a few. Stand by. Ooh, hold that. Couple more. One more. And one more, just for good measure. Thank you. For the picture. Oh, from the back. Okay, mixing it up a little bit.
Taller ones in the back, yeah. 2 rows maybe.
You slide this way. A little more? Yeah. Guy in the back. Maybe to your right a little bit. The hair. Just a little more? Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3. A few more. 1, 2, 3. A couple more. 1, 2. One more for good measure. And thanks.
City pins for everyone. And you're all welcome to stay for our entire council meeting. Is that it? Did you count? Did you check? We didn't want to lose anybody. Thank you all. School is still in session, so they need to go home and do their homework. We'll just wait a minute while they file out. Thank you, Gail. Okay, for our next special order of business, the city proclaims May as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month in Santa Clara. Santa Clara is home to many diverse AAPI communities. This month is observed to celebrate the contributions that generations of Asian Americans, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islanders have made to our history and culture. This evening, Asian American Stories chairs Diana Ding and co-chair Joel Wong are here tonight to accept this proclamation. They are also joined by Asian American Stories committee members Chin Lin, Grace Sang, Brian Fan, and Amy Zhao. Asian American Stories is an annual video competition aimed at celebrating the diversity and experiences of the AAPI community. Their mission is to empower and unify AAPI and ethnic leaders by using media and communication to bridge the gap between AAPI and other communities across the United States. This year's 2025 competition's theme, My Gift to America, featured AAPI excellence and unique contributions to our country. I now would like to invite Chair Diana Ding to the podium to say a few words. Diana, when you're ready. Welcome. I don't know if you wanted to bring Joel with you, but he's welcome as well. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of our Asian American Stories team and committee, I'm deeply honored and humbled to receive this award from our city, Santa Clara. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for the recognizing our mission to bring the diverse communities together and tell our Asian American stories. This is the second year of Asian American Story. We just had a award ceremony on May the 1st. We received nearly 100 very touching stories. The youngest is only 9 years old. The oldest is 102. From Silicon Valley to New York, from Alaska to Georgia to Washington, D.C., it's a nation in the movement in the Asian Heritage Month. This recognition is not just for me or Joe, but I thank Joe. Joe is like my mentor, and we've been working together for 7 years. I learned a lot from Joe. Thank you. It's belonged to our entire team and our co-chair, Jerry Wang, Joe, and our committee members, judges, who tirelessly work and dedication make every story come to life. It's also belonged to the creative storytellers who have trusted us with their memories, their voices, and their truth. Most of all, this award belongs to our whole community. Your strength, your support, your passion is the heartbeat of what we do. Together, we're building the bridge between the generations, the cultures, and experience, one story at a time. Thank you again for this incredible honor, and let's keep telling our Asian American stories together. Thank you.
Thank you. And if anyone wants to watch those stories, do you have the website?
Oh, yes. The website is www.aastories.org. aastories.org.
And I would recommend you watch them. They're pretty incredible. So Diana and Joel, if you'd like to bring your team forward and the council come down, we'd like to present you with the proclamation declaring May
Thank you,
as
yes.
Asian American.
Amy, Ching-Ling,
Yeah,
and
please come
Grace,
forward.
please come together.
Losing suds. There you go. Hold that. Good. 1, 2, 3. Give me 1, 2. And one more. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, all of you. Councilor Chahal? Did you want to say something?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, everyone, for coming here. And I know we just had a young generation, new generation of kids who got involved into the politics. And as such, we have a very diverse community here. And my motto back home in India was unity in diversity. And that's what we are over here. As a first Asian American minority council member in the history of Santa Clara, it makes me proud, like how well diverse our community is and how we can do well. Within coming as an immigrant, we can do well in this country if we do well, if we do right things, basically. And I was lucky to attend celebration of AAPIH celebration with Attorney General Rob Bonta in Mountain View last Saturday. And yesterday, Congressman Ro Khanna was also at an event. We celebrated this thing over here. We have a lot of challenges amongst us right now. You know the political atmosphere where we are going. But it's the meetings like this, it's sharing of our opinions like this, and supporting each other and standing up for what is right means a lot. And we, in this country, we came from knowing there is not a freedom of speech. There is no, so many freedoms don't enjoy, people in the world don't enjoy, but we over here enjoy the best of freedom of speech and freedom of all the benefits we are getting. And we need to make sure we protect them, and we have to rise to the occasion, and we need to speak about it. And that's the motive. Like, let's not sleep over these things that, oh, somebody else will do those things, but we need to rise up to the occasion and challenge those things if our liberties, our freedom of speech is being hindered. So those are my words, and congratulations, everyone, all the community, everyone in the community who have supported us for these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane.
Yes, I want to appreciate Diana Ding for hosting a terrific Lunar New Year party, which includes all different types of Asian Americans, Indians, Vietnamese, Chinese, Japanese, all kinds of performance acts, kids and adults. It's a terrific event, and I want to appreciate you for building that community here in Santa Clara and exposing people to different types of food, different cultures, different dance, singing, and such. I also wanted to recognize Wes Mukayama, who just received the honorary Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Award from Congressman Ro Khanna at the same event that Councilmember Chahal was at. And Ro Khanna has promised to support repealing the Enemy Aliens Act of 1798. That was used as Executive Order 9066 on February 18th, 1942, to incarcerate 120,000 Japanese Americans during World War II. So we have to be vigilant about losing our rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
So I really want to talk about API, which is when we want to show numbers, when we want to show strength, we often aggregate and we talk about AAPI. And the reality is when we talk about communities, our communities are individual, very different. I mean, it's not just Korean communities, it's not just Chinese communities. Even within those communities, the people come from different places. They have different languages, they have different dialects. And that's why it's very important to understand that even though we have a large identity with AAPI, and we also have individual identities. And that's why, even though we have so many Asian stories, we need to hear every story because every story is unique. It's funny, but even if our experiences are very similar, the stories of how we got there, our outcomes are very similar. We all ended up in Silicon Valley. We had a lot of different challenges in our lives. Even though we've had a lot of a lot of similar outcomes, the paths to how we got here are very different. And I think that as more and more Asians, as more and more immigrants come here, they need to understand that if their story doesn't match the stories of their neighbors, they can draw upon all the other different stories that they hear to understand how they fit within our community. And thank you very much for that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to our next special order of business. This year, National Public Works Week is May 18th through 24th, and the theme that has been selected by the American Public Works Association is People, Purpose, Presence. This theme emphasizes how meeting the needs of people is what gives public works its sense of purpose. And while much of their work is being done in the background, public works professionals are ever present, advancing quality of life for all. The City of Santa Clara has a dedicated staff that helps maintain and improve the city on a regular basis through public works. City staff delivers high-quality public works projects that provide critical infrastructure services in transportation, roadway and building maintenance, wastewater and stormwater treatment, water and solid waste systems, parks, power, emergency management and first response, and other facilities essential to our citizens. In honor of Public Works Week, I want to thank our staff in the Public Works, Silicon Valley Power, Water and Sewer Utilities, and Parks and Recreation Departments for their continued resiliency and hard work, especially in these ever-changing and challenging times, in maintaining the utmost efficiency and providing the high-quality services that keep our citizens and communities strong, safe, and thriving. In honor of Public Works Week, I now invite Craig Moback, Director of Public Works, to the podium to say a few words. Craig, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good evening. I brought some of our staff with us today, so if they could please join me and I'll introduce them. Lourdes Marisagan, who is our management analyst. Tatiana Andrade is Staff Aide 1 in Streets. Kelly Conachente, Staff Aide 1 in our Engineering Administration group, and Terry Velasco Gonzalez, who's Office Specialist 3 in our Engineering Admin group. And of course, Mike Liu, Assistant
Yeah,
Director.
don't forget
of
the guy in the
Public
back there.
Yeah,
Mike.
well, you see him regularly, but anyway, no, we appreciate that it's Public Works Week again. The year has gone by quickly. In partnership with all the various departments in the city, we enjoy providing high-quality public works projects for our residents in the city of Santa Clara. And, while we do a lot that's front-facing, whether it's in our community or here at City Hall with, engineering, design, construction, land and property development, traffic transportation, facilities maintenance, streets maintenance, fleet maintenance, environmental programs, and solid waste, there's a lot of people you see regularly, and there's a lot of people you don't. And this group here is a group that works a lot behind the scenes. For the Public Works Week theme this year, it mentioned working behind the scenes. And they deal a lot with all of our residents. Lourdes handles all of our budgeting here in Public Works, so it helps coordinate with all our various divisions, operating, capital, working across all the different teams to help finance put together our budgets. Tatiana in our streets group helps manage all the contracts that go on there, deals with all the payroll, getting our contracts paid, also all the customer service. We get a lot of calls that come in on a regular basis, so we can fill potholes, get sidewalks squared away, or if it's cleanup campaign, she handles those with a positive attitude all the time. Kelly, she keeps Mike and myself in line. Always keeps us in the right direction in terms of any of the council initiatives, all of our council reports, our presentations that we put together. She helps review all of those, deals with our log of complaints or questions that come in, so keeps track of who we've responded to make sure we've closed out all those items. And Terry is instrumental in helping navigate all the different outreach that we do. So whether it's putting articles together for the city manager's report or Inside Santa Clara, working on our websites, getting things posted, just does a great job with all of that. And certainly I wanted to mention Mike Liu and also Dave Staub, who's not here. Great partners to work with. They do an excellent job in providing great services to the city of Santa Clara. So we appreciate being recognized tonight, and thank you very much. We look forward to Public Works Week next week. We'll have a lot of social media clips going to celebrate. So thank you very much.
Thank you for everything that you do and your whole department. And I always think about you all during this cleanup time, cleanup week, when I see what you do and how you do it, and it appears effortless to us. But I know it takes an extreme amount of work just to do that. But I feel that Public Works is involved in almost every aspect of our city. And we just couldn't run and operate without you all. So thank you so much for everything that you do. And we'll be honored to give you this proclamation. Would you like to join us up here?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Craig, a little to your right. Good. Okay. Good. Thank you, folks. Hold that. More. Hold on. Stand by. One more. Thank you. Thanks, folks.
And thank you for taking all the council issues we send you. There's a lot. Thank you, we appreciate it. All right, next. Our next item is a proclamation declaring May 11th through the 17th as National Police Week. National Police Week was established in 1962 when President John F. Kennedy signed a proclamation designating May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day, honoring fallen law enforcement officers and their families. The week surrounding May 15th has become a time to recognize men and women working in the law enforcement field that work tirelessly every day to keep our community safe. Here in Santa Clara, we recognize and appreciate those who serve in law enforcement in all capacities, keeping our residents and keeping our city and the residents safe. I now invite Santa Clara Police Chief Corey Morgan to the podium to share a little bit more about National Police Week. Welcome, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Chief Morgan here. Also in the chambers is Assistant Chief of Police Wahid Kazem. Today, I am honored to speak before you on behalf of National Police Week, held annually around May 15th, as you described, which honors law enforcement officers who died or were injured in the line of duty. Established by Congress in 1962 with the goal to recognize officers' sacrifices and strengthen community police ties. So far in 2025, unfortunately, 25 law enforcement officers have been killed in the line of duty across the United States of America. Success in policing requires competence, compassion, and conviction. I'm proud to highlight here tonight the outstanding work of the men and women of SCPD, whose dedication across our whole organization ensures our city remains safe and vibrant. From the dispatcher that answers the 911 call on a person's worst day, to the beat officer that arrives on scene and brings order out of the chaos, to the records clerk that provides information and clarity to both our staff and the public, to the jail service officer who facilitates the booking process, to the detectives that investigate and coordinate a complete case with the district attorney's office, to the schools personnel that are building respect and values in our youth through education, to the community response team, members that are helping provide dignity to the most vulnerable among us, to the office specialists that generally keep our organization running, to the analysts that turn information into actionable intelligence and produce reports that drive our agency forward, to the canine handlers that facilitate the apprehension of our most dangerous offenders, to the community service officers that address critical needs throughout the city, to the Special Operations Division that coordinate events that draw the eyes of the nation and sometimes the world, to the coordinators that are experts in forensics and wellness, to the training cadre that makes sure we are proficient and armed with the tools to excel, and to the countless number of collateral duties carried by dedicated professionals that go above and beyond the call of duty every day here in Santa Clara to make this a safe and vibrant city. I'll end tonight by speaking to those that were or may have been intrigued by what I said. We are hiring. And we are hiring across just about every one of those job classifications that I mentioned. Please go to imscpd.org, that's iamscpd.org, and join our fantastic team. Thank you for the honor tonight. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And thank you, Chief, and words really can't explain how much we appreciate and are grateful for Santa Clara Police Department and your service to our residents and our city. We very much appreciate it. So if you would all like to join me and the council, we'd like to present you with the proclamation for National Police Week. So Wahid, if you'd like to come forward as well. And anyone else that's here from your department? I don't know if anyone else is in the audience. Just the two of you? Okay.
Thank you.
So we've had Law Day and National Police Week Day, Law Day. It's good in here in Santa Clara. We follow the law. Okay. Finally. So our next item, the council is honored to recognize the Silicon Valley Power Sustainable Futures Program. We have 3 outstanding Santa Clara University fellows here with us tonight, so welcome. Thank you for joining us. This is the 3rd year of this program. By investing in our youth, this program fosters our next generation of climate leaders. So now I would like to invite Nikos Prokos, Electric Utility Chief Operating Officer and Acting Director of Silicon Valley Power, to the podium to introduce this incredible program. Welcome, Nico.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. It gives me great pleasure to be here tonight to recognize this year's SVP Sustainable Futures Scholarship Fellows. On June 7th, 2022, the City Council unanimously approved the SVP Sustainable Futures Program, which will provide scholarships and fellowships to up to 35 leaders in sustainability over 5 years in the clean energy and related fields. Each year, there are 4 scholarship recipients and 3 fellows. The goal of the program is to develop a pipeline of strong, diverse future leaders in sustainability and clean energy. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the city staff that is on point for this great program. Rena Brio over here to my left, Kathleen Hughes and Rachel Riddell Harris from SVP on my right, who all 3 of them have done a wonderful job keeping this program moving. In this 3rd year of the SVP Sustainable Futures Program, the city had the pleasure to collaborate with 3 incredible fellows. Before we hear from the fellows about summaries of their research project, I want to introduce Veronica Johnson, Academics and Engagement Program Manager, Center for Sustainability at Santa Clara University, that's a mouthful, who has been among the team of SCU staff and faculty who have supported the fellows this year.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. On behalf of Santa Clara University, thank you for your continued partnership in fostering the next generation of climate leaders right here in our community. Tonight, it is my honor to introduce you to this year's cohort of the Silicon Valley Power Sustainable Futures Fellows. Over the past several months, they have worked with faculty mentors on data-driven, equity-focused research projects to advance the city's climate resilience and environmental justice goals. One of our mentors, Michael Cavane, I don't know where you went, over there, is here with us tonight to show his support. I hope their inclusive, community-based recommendations that you're about to hear will inspire you and give you hope that a humane, just, and sustainable future is possible. And with that, please join me in welcoming Andrea, Bea, and Yasmin to the podium.
Thank you. Welcome, Andrea.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Andrea Georginas, and I'm a current senior at Santa Clara University, as well as an SVP fellow. My research worked to assess solar photovoltaic accessibility and social vulnerability in Santa Clara, specifically delving into single-family residential housing and clean energy disparities in our city. As we know, solar panels are devices that convert sunlight into electricity. The city of Santa Clara has been making a truly dedicated effort to expand solar energy in order to cut greenhouse gas emissions. Without solar panels, electricity generated for homes often comes from fossil fuels or other non-renewable energy sources, and these are one of the largest contributors to greenhouse gas emissions. Without solar, I already said that. Residential solar panels can reduce a home's carbon footprint by 3 to 4 tons of CO2 per year, and SVP has a solar rebate program for income-qualified residents. Using over 1,100 permit requests for the city, I isolated these down to residential solar installations and geolocated those From there, I mapped them as well. I then used US Census Tract data to determine a social vulnerability index based on socioeconomic status, household composition, minority status, and housing and transportation. These parameters ranged from people living below the poverty line, those without insurance, and more. I overlaid the permit data with different social vulnerability factors using RStudio coding. In sum, this high-level analysis displays that solar adoption is evenly spread out throughout our city. This is very promising as it conveys equitable access to clean energy in Santa Clara. With that being said, ideas for future research and recommendations could help strengthen the SVP rebate program and enhance solar equity in Santa Clara, some of which include conducting participatory research on the program recipients to better understand who adopts and who doesn't adopt solar, catering the program to target the lowest income census tracts in our city, implementing post-installation education and monitoring, and finally, expanding the rebate program eligibility as well. I'd like to thank you all for this opportunity and for your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that information. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Bianca Isabella Bea Ricafort. I'm a junior currently at Santa Clara University, and I've been researching how park accessibility can be indicative of present and future socioeconomic and environmental disparities. This research aligns with item C2.1 of the Climate Action Plan, Climate Resilient Land Use and Development. So as part of my project, I've used geospatial data analysis tools to create a green space social vulnerability index, which identified 8 metrics of vulnerability across the city. And from that, I developed a priority index that focuses on 4, namely park location as it exists right now, the percentage of non-Hispanic white residents, temperature on the hottest day of the year, and participation in the Silicon Valley Power Financial Rate Assistance Program. This index ranks areas from 1, most vulnerable, to 5, least vulnerable, and highlights where climate resilience efforts are most urgently needed. Based on these findings, I recommend that the city prioritize efforts such as climate resilient urban design to the south and southwest areas of Santa Clara. The where is just as important as the how, and so I speak to you not just as a researcher, but as an advocate to emphasize that any outreach tied to this particular climate action plan item be done in partnership with the communities most affected. As Santa Clara continues to grow, engaging with our residents early and often is key. Their knowledge of their neighborhoods, histories, and needs can drive planning that is not just sustainable, but just. Now, I'd be remiss to present my research on the importance of parks, speak to the powers of community participation, and advocate for free land where our children can play safely, here in the richest county, in the richest state, in the richest nation, without also taking a moment to acknowledge the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and the West Bank. I carry what Elaine Brown calls an easy burden and use my remaining time to echo calls for peace, a permanent ceasefire, and an end to the military blockade. Thank you for your time, and you can read more about my findings in the accompanying policy brief. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore and members of the council. My name is Yasmin Orzua Gutierrez. I'm a senior at Santa Clara University studying political science and economics. Before I begin telling you about my project, I'd like to take a moment to discuss my background as the catalyst for this project. I'm the daughter of 2 Mexican immigrants whose generations of families have worked in the agricultural industry, and that climate change has impacted and destroyed their livelihoods. A story that many immigrant communities in the United States who work in the agricultural industry can attest to and can relate to. My research this year has focused on a powerful yet underutilized tool in climate resilience, that is neighborhood resilience hubs. I've interviewed various stakeholders in the city, including the emergency services manager, deputy city manager who focuses on unhoused programs, and various leaders in the Greenbelt Alliance environmental organization that are already in the process of implementing resilience efforts in cities like Gilroy, Santa Ana, and San Jose. As we know, climate change isn't just a future risk, it's a current crisis. And while drought, extreme heat, and earthquakes will impact all of us, vulnerable communities are disproportionately affected. In fact, research shows that there exists a green resilience paradox, in which resilience measures that are actually meant to reduce vulnerability to climate change exacerbate gentrification and displacement for communities of color and unhoused populations. What is a resilience hub? It's a trusted, community-led space often in a library, school, or church, that provides emergency cooling, power access, food, and a place to gather before, during, and after climate crises. Based on my research, I'm recommending that the City of Santa Clara, number one, launch a pilot resilience hub in a high vulnerability neighborhood using the Social Vulnerability Index. Number two, partner with local nonprofits like Greenbelt Alliance to co-lead design and outreach. And number three, secure sustainable funding through existing grant programs like the one created by the California Strategic Growth Council. Investing in resilience today saves lives and money tomorrow. According to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, every $1 invested in resilience efforts yields a $7 return in avoided disaster cost. So if a heat wave would otherwise cost the city $1 million, then an upfront investment of about $150,000 in resilience could significantly reduce or even prevent that loss. This framing highlights that resilience isn't just a safety measure, it's a financially smart measure. The opportunity is here, and Santa Clara has the leadership to make it happen. Please help me in protecting the most vulnerable members of our community by investing in resilience efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm hoping that we get copies of all of your studies. That would be great. And City Manager, you were looking for a sustainability manager? Well, we have 3 applicants right here. At least sign them up for their futures. We're really excited for what you've done, and we're excited to see you as you build your careers going forward. Thank you for taking the time to study our city. We appreciate it, and I hope you continue to stay involved with us here in Santa Clara and Silicon Valley Power as SVP is on the cutting edge of sustainability and everything else that is the future, and you represent our future. So I think the future is pretty bright for us here in Santa Clara. And thank you, Santa Clara University, for partnering with Silicon Valley Power over the years to produce, these amazing students and their reports. So I'm going to ask if you would please grace us with your presence up here so we can take a picture with you. We would really be honored to do that. And Nico, if you'd like to bring your staff, Rena, whoever, Kathleen, everybody that's involved.
See everybody? That's great. All right. Hold that. Couple more. All right.
I have it. Do you have some? Yeah. I have some. Do you need some?
It's a big problem. Just been coughing on myself and everyone.
I told you. We have future employees that are here. Did you sign them up, City Manager? Very good. Good job. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I just want to say that I really...
Mike.
I just want to say that I really appreciate the City of Santa Clara and SVP supporting the future workforce in the sustainability area. Climate change and sustainability is one of the largest growing professions because it's a crisis. And if you serve on the NCPA board, there's I think 6 or 7 of the utilities are looking for utility directors. So there's, you know, a huge demand for engineers to work in the utility space, to run power plants, and to manage the power flow, to do contracts for new renewable energy sources. So I really appreciate that Santa Clara has stepped up and SVP has stepped up to support this pipeline of future employees. I also believe that we have an effort at Mission College to support people that will be the workforce to actually build things. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
We will have Mission College students coming pretty soon through the same program, similar program. All right, thank you very much. We are now going to move on to the rest of the agenda. That was the fun part. All right, consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion. For the record, I'll be abstaining on item 3P, which is action to authorize the use of city electric forces for public works at 1111 Washington Street and 2089 Bray Avenue. My office is near 1111 Washington Street. So for the record, City Clerk, I'll be abstaining on that. Councilmember Hardy?
I'd like to pull 3G, please.
3G. Okay, and that is, can you read what that is, please?
Action on the award of contract for Great America Parkway Streetlight Replacement Project to Bear Electrical Solutions and related budget amendment.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Yes, regarding item 3M, the Santa Clara Station Area Plan funding, I do not have a conflict, but for caution, our city attorney has recommended that I make the following statement. I am currently a member of the VTA board as a representative of the city of Santa Clara. Based on discussions with the city attorney's office, I can legally participate in the city's approval of this item involving a contract with VTA because my position with the board constitutes a non-interest for conflict of interest purposes under Government Code Section 1091.5 A9. As a condition of my participation, I am required to disclose my membership with the VTA board, so I am doing that now.
All right, thank you. Is there any public comment on consent calendar? Any items to be pulled from the public? Anyone else? If not, I see none. Assistant City Clerk, may I have a motion to approve the consent calendar, noting the comment and abstention?
So moved.
Second.
And the pulling of 3G. We have a motion. Councilmember Chahal, second. Councilmember Park.
And this will also include the stadium.
Yes, it also includes the Stadium Authority consent.
Perfect. Councilmember Board Member Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Yes.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Cox.
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
That passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have public presentations. Do we have any public presentations? Let me go to that.
We do, Madam Mayor.
Hold on, I'll find it. There we go. Do you have any public? Yes, okay. Oh, please come forward.
Agus Sloboslai. Staff continues stonewalling on answering Mayor Gilmore's question in November and on the referral of March 25 to repeal Resolution 5603. 2 weeks ago, city manager stated that he, quote, received additional information at 5 o'clock that I have not reviewed, unquote, quote from video. Why is repeal not on the agenda today? He also stated that, quote, several cities have similar ordinances to ours, unquote. Those have nothing to do with Santa Clara. It's further stonewalling. Santa Clara staff fought for 4 years with 22 council votes to ban use of existing bike lanes along expressways, but lost the vote in 1991. 3 cities still prohibit them. 7 cities, including Santa Clara, prohibit pedestrians from using sidewalks, paths, and bus stops. County highway staff uses city ordinances to refuse to comply with the BOS requirement to create paths along expressways because that would, quote, encourage pedestrians to violate the city ordinance, unquote. Yet, they oppose repeals at city councils by lying that the BOS opposes pedestrians and by lying that sidewalks are unsafe, including here in 2006. That is why ordinances remain. However, we forced most pedestrians prohibited signs removed by using state law and the right to walk on roads. My handout provides detail for the following. The BOS gave no exception for path creation, and in March last year, I asked supervisors that staff comply. The result was that county roads censored the county expressway plans by deleting them from the county website to prevent supervisors from verifying my quotes, detail in left box. I informed the BOS of the censorship, and county roads was forced to restore the plans. But highway staff did not give up, details in right box. They tried to eliminate all bike lanes from expressways, totaling 62 miles of bike lanes and half the sidewalks in a new plan. However, the VTA BPAC voted to require sidewalks and paths on both sides of expressways, the status quo. Betsy Megas of Santa Clara BPAC, speaking as vice chair of VTA BPAC, informed the HLUT of this vote, which approved it and sent it to the BOS. The upcoming BOS vote. Staff may use Resolution 5603 to prove that Santa Clara does not want pedestrians and sidewalks along expressways. It needs prompt repeal. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager. Poor Mr. Akos has to keep coming back here.
Sure. I know staff has met with him several times. There continues to be internal meetings.
I never met with anybody.
Oh, okay. Maybe it was discussions.
Maybe we can meet with him. Maybe staff can meet with him.
Sure. Right.
Thank you.
So I'm sorry. Correction. No meetings, but there has been discussions.
No discussions.
Okay.
All they said was send an email saying we're working on
Maybe
it.
was there a discussion today?
Right.
He said we're going to. We can set up a meeting.
Madam Mayor.
Okay,
That's
just
what-
to
Mayor.
set up a
That's the
meeting. So
extent of
why
it.
don't we refer to staff
Yeah.
to set up a meeting with you,
Staff,
Akos?
staff will continue to
you.
work the item. We'll
I've
have
been
discussions.
trying since November to have this meeting.
But we're hearing it right now. There's going to be a meeting set up
Yeah.
live. We're hearing it now.
And Mayor,
Yes.
Mayor, I will say the request is to allow pedestrians and other modes of transportation like bicycles on county expressways. Due to the speed and safety concerns on the expressways, we're not taking this lightly, and a lot of work needs to be done before we come to you with a recommendation like the one that's being requested, which is to repeal the resolution prohibiting those actions. And so I know that there has been discussions. The Public Works Department has committed to set up a meeting, but I just want to say that there may not be quick resolution to this issue. I very much understand that it's a pressing issue for the resident, but it is one that involves safety and significant analysis will need to take place before any staff recommendation to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, come forward, please. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore and City Council members. I was looking at the approved contract that the city has with, I was looking at the approved contract that Odell Engineering has with the city for the Warburton Park renovation. And I saw that Odell will assess the feasibility of changing the pool heater from gas to electric. Also, Odell will optionally assess requirements for adding solar panels and see if that's feasible. So I applaud the city for considering the project's potential climate effects and to try to use more renewable energy. To align with the city's climate goals, I urge the city to approve the option to do a solar panel assessment. The assessment should also consider using hybrid solar panels, which can generate both electricity and capture solar heat to heat the pool. The newly renovated Rengsdorf Park Aquatic Center in Mountain View uses no gas, only electric heat pumps and hybrid solar panels to heat the pools. I know that our city staff is engaging with the city staff in Mountain View to learn more from their experience regarding the International Swim Center renovations, and these crucial learnings should also be considered for Warburton Pool. I know that cost will be a consideration, and I urge you to direct city staff to consider long-term costs, not just renovation costs. Operating costs should be considered. We all know that the price of natural gas is volatile and mostly going up, and we don't have much control over it. This presents financial risk. Electric heat pumps and hybrid solar panels can mitigate this risk and potentially result in significant savings in operating costs over the lifespan of the new equipment. Not giving serious consideration to electric heat pumps and hybrid solar panels would be a missed opportunity to showcase Santa Clara's commitment to meaningful climate action and the city's leadership in sustainability. Thank you for keeping the city's greenhouse gas reduction targets in mind in all aspects of your work.
Thank you very much, and I know we always look at long-term operating costs. Those are very important, very, very important. Yes, come forward, please. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Tan Do. I'm in District 3. I'm in between the Bracker and Wilcox neighborhoods, and our neighborhoods are up against the railroad tracks, and behind that it's also identified as a communities of concern in the bicycle master plan. So within that area between 101 and the railroad or Caltrain, it's about 60 plus data centers, and this is where I would like to request that we deny the changes for amendment for general use and the zoning codes for related Santa Clara project, because I think we want a vibrant Santa Clara. And seeing the data centers in the middle of Santa Clara, if you bicycled and walked around there, there's really not a lot to walk and bicycle around. It's almost dead space. And so if there's 60 plus data centers, do you really want to add more to the northern part of Santa Clara where there could be more dead space? I think I set up a petition. This is my first time talking here, but this is I set up a petition to request that we don't approve that and to create more spaces, design and build for humans versus data centers. I think there's notes. I saw a Morgan Stanley study that says that last fall we projected that the global data center industry could produce 40% of annual US emissions within the next 5 years. 40% of our emissions, right? So that's a lot of emissions in an area that's carrying 60 data centers. This communities of concern is also a term that's used to reference the distribution of burdens and benefits. So across Santa Clara, this area has more burdens than the other parts, right? And so that's a disproportionate impact on this area. So I'm hoping that we can actually study this a bit more before July's session and reviewing related Santa Clara projects. There's more that I would like to talk about smart growth and housing challenges that I think the project-related Santa Clara request for changing. It counters a lot of our general plan goals. So I'm hoping that we can consider not approving those changes and creating a vibrant Santa Clara. I have more in my petition, and I hope that's enough, but I'll come back and have a better presentation. So thank you.
It's fine. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming down. Do we have anyone else? City Clerk? No? All right, we're going to move on now. Let's see, consent item pulled for discussion. Councilmember Hardy pulled item 3G. So we have GHI. Our agenda is like a book. It's hard to find the page. All right, 3G. Action on the award of contract for the Great America Parkway Streetlight Replacement Project Contract Number 2875-9661 to Bear Electric Solutions LLC and related budget amendment. Councilmember Hardy, you have a question on that?
Yes, I did. I saw that there was a significant change because there were, in the engineer's assessment, there were a lot of things that did not come to light until after that. I understood that, but what really concerned me is the 25% contingency on this, and I wanted to understand why.
City Manager?
Sure. Good question. There were a number of questions asked in your Q&A packet that was provided to you and available to the public. As the council knows, we do undertake an engineering estimate before large projects. That makes the basis of the project budget, and when the engineering estimate differs from the actual bid, it is oftentimes necessary to have a budget amendment. To provide the explanation on this particular project, I'll invite Nico Prokos, the Acting Director of SVP, to the podium to articulate.
Welcome back, Nico.
Thank you. So, this particular project, as you may have seen from our responses to our question, had a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of history there. It's been around for, I think, 5+ years. It's got a lot of complexities related to it. We had some challenges related to the engineer's estimate. We used an outside entity for that, which isn't uncommon for us. And they certainly, it came in a lot. It was much higher than we were expecting. And I think we articulated in there that, you know, we're kind of somewhat of a victim of the circumstances of the time because we only got the one bid and they're working on another project. So, and as we mentioned in our responses, we obviously considered all that, but we don't feel that going out again, we're going to get a better outcome. Regarding the 25% contingency, I think there's a lot of things related to this project that we were anticipating that we might run into. Underground substructure, it's older infrastructure. I mean, we're seeing a lot of that with all of the projects that we're encountering, so we felt that it was prudent to bake in a little bit more of a contingency on this particular project. I do want to point out the obvious, that certainly, you know, we're going to monitor the costs on this and keep a close eye on everything. It's not a given that we'll access that 25% contingency, and if we don't spend it, that will go back to the fund. And I'll turn to some of our staff members here to see if did I miss anything, or okay. I'm happy to answer any follow-up questions.
Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. I appreciate that. And like I said, because we are the keeper of public funds, we have to be very careful of that. And I did read through that. Apparently, there were some answers that came in this afternoon, and I teach high school. I was not able to read those. But when I had read the report and saw that 25% contingency, that worried me. And I will say I've seen one too many contractors who see that as too much wiggle room. And because we had such a difference in what our original estimate was and only had one bidder, that was also my concern. So I want to just point out that the council is watching and we are concerned about that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Anyone else have Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. So I had the same concerns, like the engineering estimate versus the actual bid we got is around 321% higher. And that delta, like we see it sometime plus or minus double digit, 26, 25, 5, 10, 26%. So that delta seemed pretty high. And I know we did not take into account some of the factors which were pedestrian sidewalks or other factors which were contributing. But my question is, when we are talking to our engineering consultant who gives us a rough estimate, don't we give them all the parameters? Hey, this is the area, this is what we need, and isn't their obligation to give us like within parameter, I know they can, just like our budgeting, we cannot be 100% sure about it, but don't they have to give us a within reasonable limits of estimate?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think under normal circumstances, this wouldn't be such an issue. It's just that in this particular case, we started off with one engineering entity, and then they actually, I think, folded, and then we went to another one because this project has kind of gone on for quite some time. And then internally, we had a different project manager. We had a sudden change we had to make, and so somebody else took it over. So again, I think there were just, this is a little unusual, I acknowledge that. And we certainly, this caught our eye, and we spent a lot of time talking about this, and also preparing the RTC, we debated how much information do we put in here, because we figured that this would definitely get some attention. So, but I think after we did kind of the deep dive and looked at the details of this, and the project, the need for the project, the timeline, and then also the fact, what we're seeing out there in the market, we do see, and we talk to our peers, we do see some cases where it's coming in a lot higher than the engineer's estimate. So it's a little bit unusual, but not that unusual. So we felt like with all of that taken together, it's like we really, I don't want to say we had no choice to move forward, but it's like this, we're in a bit of a difficult situation, and it was the best thing just to keep moving forward on that.
One follow-up question on that. I know we mentioned that it's a time bound. We need to finish this thing by October 2025. Is it because of the 2026, all the events going on in Great America? Is that the only the reason, basically?
It's my understanding that's one of the big drivers.
One of the drivers, yeah. So I'll support this thing, but with the delta, I would have loved to get it rebidded with the right parameters, but keeping in view all the circumstances mentioned by the department, I'll support this as of now. But I would like to see that engineering estimate should be much closer, and they should have got that. And my second question is, just as a review of this thing, we paid around $100,000+ to the consultant on that. Who was at fault to that estimate is so off? Like, did we not give him the proper parameters, or they were the ones who really were the ones who said, oh, they basically lacked in their ability to get us the right
I appreciate the question, and unfortunately, there was actually a subsequent email with related to the $100,000. It's a clarification. I don't know if that got into the package.
I saw that.
And that $100,000 is not only for kind of the estimate of the work to do the job, but it also was for the design and everything else, and we actually don't have a way to parse that out, what that is. So that, and again, there was a project manager at SVP who had oversight over this, and then that transitioned to somebody else due to a health issue. And so I just think that it's just one of those, like I said, the perfect storm of just, all kinds of things just not going in our favor.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
Are there anybody else with questions? Any member of the public? All right, seeing none.
I'm willing to make a motion to approve 3G, the action on the contract for Great America Street Light Replacement Project.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for that. There's no other discussions. Assistant City Clerk, you got to put your light on if you want to discuss. Councilmember Park.
Yes, and I know that you just explained that there were a lot of things. There was a perfect storm of changes, transitions, people moving out, entities going away. But at what point does a number of changes, does a scenario, does a situation, does a group of events necessitate or call for a new assessment or a change? Like at some point, this is going to happen, and it happens quite often. I mean, in startup companies, it happens all the time. You go with one estimate, somebody changes jobs, the person that you had, and at some point there is something that usually triggers a re-estimate or something to start again. Are there processes like that, and why wouldn't that have triggered in this case?
Thank you for the question, and you are correct. That's, I think, under normal circumstances, what would happen here. I think the issue is there's a bit of a time crunch on this, and the work needs to get done for a variety of reasons, some of which was articulated earlier. And the project has been around for greater than 5 years, so it's not only just what's happening in the next 6 months, it's also that it's been kind of around for a while, and so we felt that we kind of have to move forward with it.
Yeah, but I think time crunch is kind of an unsatisfying issue because vendors, knowing that you're in a time crunch, can actually manufacture the situations to push along a bad estimate or a not so ideal optimal deal. I would like time crunch not to be the answer that we have. I would like, again, because I hear what's happening and I think, well, this is pretty common occurrence. I mean, it seems like a perfect storm. It seems like a very special, and you said this is not a normal circumstance, but I would contend that this is a common circumstance, even if it's not the normal circumstance. And in those cases, I feel that we should have a better process in place because, especially if something was multiple times an estimate, if the actuals came in at multiple times the estimate, this would trigger, at least in most of the companies I've been in, a reevaluation.
No, I agree, and one thing I want to add is that this was the only bid on the project, and what we tried to convey in our response to the initial questions is that this contractor is also currently doing another job with us, and so at the same time, and so some of what is impacting the costs here is that they're baking into the fact that they're going to have to do some after hours and weekend work, which also put pressure on that. So like I said, there's all these different factors that are playing in there. And from our perspective, if we went out and bid it out again, I just don't see, we only got the one bid, I just don't see us getting a better response or a more diverse response.
Okay.
No, it's not a great answer, and I apologize for that.
Oh, no, it's not there, but also it's like when we put something out to bid and we only get one bidder, do we look into why we only got that one bid so that next time we don't have this situation? I think that at least, having two bids would be, safe. You can't always get that. I mean, we can't control how people, bid on our project, but at the same time, I'd like to know why we only got one bid when we put it out to bid, right? Usually we only get one bid when we only choose one bidder.
And sometimes we will call up other contractors who are kind of our frequent flyers, and and they'll give us reasons why they didn't submit. And we do run into this. It's not that uncommon where we only have one bid, unfortunately.
Okay.
And sometimes we'll go back out, and in some cases like this, we'll just move forward.
Thank you very much.
City Manager, go ahead.
I think the question has been answered, but I did want to assure the City Council and Councilmember Park that we did do an assessment of this, and really, as was articulated, we think the main culprit was the engineer's estimate didn't include a number of factors, increased traffic control, the need for sidewalk replacement, work restrictions on Great America Parkway, allowances for damaged conduit, as well as the overtime requirement. It also articulated was, unfortunately, we did receive one bidder. That means, based on the timeline, the work needs to be done with additional overtime, which did drive up the cost. Totally understand the comments around only having one bidder. Certainly, we strive for competitive processes with multiple bids. That does not always happen. And I know the department did an assessment of do we go back out to bid? And I know the City Council is familiar with processes. When we have bids far in excess of the engineer's estimate, we say, you know what, we're going to go back out to bid. We do that when the analysis has found something that we think means that we'll get a different outcome based on what we're seeing out there in the marketplace, based on what we know was not included in the engineering bid. The analysis on this one really said if we went back out, the cost would likely be very close to what was received. And so for the totality of all of those factors, we brought the item before you. And so just wanted to summarize all of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Just want to state that thanks staff for the report. And having the 25% contingency, I mean, it might sound a little bit, I mean, it's high, but just in overseeing, you know, over $1 billion of work that Santa Clara Unified did, we had contingencies for issues that arose sometimes, and sometimes, you know, we used the money, sometimes we didn't. And trust staff is going to be, you know, looking at the numbers and making sure that any change order that comes through, you know, from our vendor, that they're looking at it and making sure that it's adequate. So definitely going to be in support of this motion.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. When you're ready, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. Moving on, we have item number, we disposed of 5. We're continuing that. So we're on item number 6, action on stadium manager's request to execute an event services agreement with Fanatics Retail Group Concessions LLC for merchandise concession services for non-NFL events. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of the council, for this item. You are sitting as the Stadium Authority Board. This item, as you know, was previously presented to you on March 11th as part of the consent calendar. The item was pulled, and after discussions, there was a motion made. However, the vote was 3-3 with one member absent, and so the motion failed due to the tie. The item is now being brought back to you as a general business item for further discussion and consideration based on additional research and data to support the recommendation. When this was first before you on March 11th, staff recommended approval of the contract, and you also have that option before you tonight, as well as 2 additional options. Tonight's presentation will be provided by Assistant City Manager Chuck Baker. He will walk through a presentation that will include additional analysis that was conducted by staff on the proposed event services agreement between Fanatics and the stadium manager. Also here tonight to provide additional information and respond to questions is Jihad Beachman, Executive Vice President and General Counsel for the 49ers. He is here representing the stadium manager in his capacity, and as you know, the stadium manager is owned by the San Francisco 49ers. With that, I'll turn the presentation over to Assistant City Manager Baker.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, City Manager. Chuck Baker, Assistant City Manager and Assistant Executive Director. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Board Chair, members of the Board, and City Council, as well as members of the public. So the Stadium Manager is requesting approval to execute a new event services agreement, we call it an ESA, with Fanatics Retail Group Concessions LLC, referred to as Fanatics, to manage merchandise concessions for non-NFL events at Levi's Stadium. Fanatics currently oversees NFL merchandise sales at the stadium, and this proposed agreement would formalize and expand their role to include non-NFL events. And as the city manager mentioned, this item was brought to you before, and we have new information that we'll be presenting to you. So a quick overview on the financial and operational benefits. The proposed ESA offers significant financial and operational benefits. Merchandise sales will expand to new locations throughout the stadium, including the main concourse, the SAP Tower, upper concourse, and mobile kiosks. And this will create more opportunities to engage fans and increase sales. Promoters will also have the flexibility to choose between a revenue sharing model or a flat fee buyout option. And so it will depend on their needs, but essentially they'll have the flexibility to consider different options to earn revenue. The financial modeling that was conducted prior to our second analysis projected a 118% increase in net revenue over fiscal year 2023. And that would have generated $195,956 in net new revenue. That number was provided by Stadium Manager, and our staff has done a general analysis of that, but those are estimates based on the current status quo operating model versus the proposed ESA operating model. Staff recommends a sole source award based on Fanatics' unique vertical integration and existing stadium infrastructure. And so Fanatics provides integrated services, and that includes inventory, logistics, point of sale, and customer support uniquely suited for non-NFL events, which include concerts that sell concert paraphernalia as well as soccer matches and other events. And so as the current NFL team store operator at Levi's, Fanatics already has an on-site presence which enables operational continuity and cost savings. And so what we did was we conducted a competitor analysis. There were questions during our last presentation around that, and we added a category, but the 3 categories are merchandise and collectibles, which includes Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, the folks that manufacture merchandise. And then gaming, e-commerce, and retail, which includes DraftKings, FanDuel, and the ones listed there. And the third one is merchandise, food and beverage, and hospitality, which are sort of full-service companies, which includes Legends. They acquired ASM Global, Delaware North, Aramark, Sports Entertainment, and Levy. Some of these companies we do business with. Some are doing business with other facilities, but they're sort of rolled-up conglomerates. They don't provide specific full-service merchandise concession services. We also conducted a market analysis specific to Fanatics. This is something we did incremental to what we had done before. And so as of 2024, Fanatics has in-venue retail partnerships with 14 of the 32 NFL teams. And that manages both e-commerce and physical retail operations. So you can see here that some of those stadiums include Jacksonville Jaguars, EverBank, M&T Bank, and Baltimore US Bank Stadium in Minnesota, and the list goes on. So we did conduct a deeper dive with respect to where Fanatics currently does business. We also conducted a merchandise revenue model analysis. And so essentially under current, the revenue splits for merchandise concessions vary across the industry and are typically negotiated independently between stadium manager and the event promoter. So each agreement is different. When we look at our current non-NFL event protocols, how we do business currently, Fanatics is paid on an ad hoc basis a fixed concessionaire fee and passes all related expenses, including their concessionaire fee, through to the event promoter. So any expense they would push through to the event promoter. In contrast, the proposed terms under the ESA introduce a tiered profit-sharing structure that ties Fanatics' fee directly to sales levels. So they have the incentives that align with ours, which is to promote cost control and encourage maximization of maximizing revenue. So here are 2 specific things that staff conducted post the March 11th board meeting where we had questions. We had 2 really poignant items. The first one is that we were going to conduct an analysis of net revenue projections. So we asked stadium manager to look at, not a look back, but what does this year look like? And then secondly, to negotiate a revised shorter term. I think it was Councilmember James who suggested that. So we were able to successfully accomplish both of those objectives. So the analysis of the look forward revenue projections, if we applied the new terms and the proposed ESA to this year, to non-NFL event merchandise revenue, we're looking at somewhere between $150,000 and $250,000 in additional net revenue for the NFL and non-NFL season. And then regarding the new ESA terms, we were able to sweeten the offer, and based on the stadium manager reaching out to Fanatics. And so now we're looking at a 2-year base term with 2 additional 1-year renewal options. The previous proposal that we brought to you included a 4-year term. And then these 2 renewal options are subject to stadium manager and SCSA executive director mutual approval. So would like to go through the key terms quickly. This is a complete agreement. It's attached in the agenda. And including exhibits A through D is the full and final understanding between the parties, superseding any prior agreements. The effective term is April 1, 2025, which is aligned with our fiscal year. and it goes 2 years through March 31, 2027, with up to 2 one-year options or extensions by mutual written agreement. Either party may terminate for material breach or without cause with 60 days' notice. So there's an out, there's an off-ramp. The scope and standards, the contractor must perform services per Exhibit A, we have those outlined, and meet all applicable professional, legal, and regulatory standards. Business terms, the Fanatics company will receive 7% of net revenue, minimum of $5,000, whichever is greater if gross sales are less than or equal to $4 million. If gross sales exceed $4 million, Fanatics would receive 8% of net revenue. For merchandise buyouts, Fanatics is paid a flat fee of $5,000. Continuing, contract responsibilities, they operate independently, responsible for all employees and subcontractors, and they must comply with all job site rules and legal obligations. Contractor may not use the stadium manager's branding without consent and must keep shared information confidential unless legally required to disclose. Compensation, payment terms were mentioned. Prevailing wage, contractor must follow California prevailing wage laws and post wage rates on site. Non-compliance may lead to penalties. So that leads to the 3 options that city manager outlined. Option 1, approve the stadium manager's request to execute an event services agreement with Fanatics Retail Group concessions under the terms presented. Option 2, direct the stadium manager to issue an RFP for a vendor to operate full-service merchandise concessions for non-NFL events at Levi Stadium, and in the interim, authorize the stadium manager to execute a 1-year event services agreement with Fanatics Retail Group concessions under the terms presented to allow for the initiation and completion of an RFP process. Or option 3, direct the stadium manager to issue a RFP for a vendor to operate full-service merchandise concessions for non-NFL events, and in the interim, continue with the current non-NFL event protocol, the ad hoc protocol that I mentioned, in which Fanatics passes through all service-related expenses, including the concessionaire fee to the event promoter. That concludes my portion of the presentation. Welcome to answer questions, and I'll turn it over to Senior VP and General Counsel, Stadium Manager Jihad.
Okay, did you want to say something? Jihad, go ahead before the council questions.
Great, thank you all for having me today. Jihad Beachman, Executive Vice President, General Counsel of the 49ers. Open to answering any questions that you guys may have about this. The staff has gone over why, from a financial perspective, we think this is a good deal. But I did want to give a little bit more context on why we believe Fanatics is just the right partner for the stadium. And so Fanatics has an extensive reputation throughout the industry. There's a reason why there's no other group that has as many stadiums as Fanatics has. They have 14 of the 32 NFL stadiums, and they do business across the country in this particular area. They've shown a reputation for utilizing technology and being extremely dynamic in how they're able to operate. And part of that, and part of the reason why we do think they're a great partner, is their ability to scale. And so they have not just resources here, but resources across the country. In addition to that, they operate for the Warriors and for the Giants. So to the extent that they need to tap those resources for larger events at Levi Stadiums, Fanatics is better placed than anyone to be able to do that. Another distinct advantage that they have that was talked a little bit more at the last meeting was about their ability to utilize tenant-exclusive space at the stadium. As you guys know, attached to our lease at the stadium, there's a map. There's an exhibit there that walks through what spaces are tenant exclusive, which means that they're exclusive to the 49ers. And those are areas that we've licensed to Fanatics as part of our agreement with Fanatics for them to operate at NFL events. What we've agreed to do without cost to Fanatics or the SCSA is we've agreed to allow them to utilize those spaces for this particular agreement. So for Fanatics to be operating during your events, they will be able to utilize Stadco exclusive spaces for that purpose. That's something that would not be available to other partners that were to come in if this was to go out to some other method of bid, because Fanatics would have that exclusive right to operate within those tenant exclusive spaces that some third party would not have. That includes having equipment and the ability at the stadium on a day-to-day basis to be able to process transactions, to be able to have large amounts of inventory held for promoters to ship their goods to the stadium. So there's all these different ways that Fanatics has the ability to leverage its position at the stadium right now in order to best serve the SCSA in its events at the stadium. One other thing that I did want to highlight is just the uncertainty around if the board was to go the route of an RFP. I think there's uncertainty about what that even would look like, where you'd have a partner who would be able to operate only in the corridors at the stadium, but not utilize the team stores at the stadium. So Fanatics has the exclusive right to the team stores, which allows them to use those as a base to be able to operate in the corridors. You know, were this to go to RFP, would have to be a non-exclusive RFP for just the corridors, and there's a lot of uncertainty about what that would result in terms of bids and how that would be managed on your behalf at events at the stadium. And also, what Stadco has agreed to do as part of this arrangement is to not operate team stores during the non-NFL events where Fanatics is going to be operating outside of the team stores. This allows all of those revenues to be driven to the SCSA, and Stadco is not receiving any revenue from the utilization of its tenant exclusive spaces at the stadium. As I'm sure you're aware, the tenant exclusive spaces at the stadium are allowed to be utilized by the 49ers during non-NFL events. So this structure that we're recommending today is actually to the detriment of the 49ers revenues for the benefit of the SCSA revenues. And so one thing that we're trying to do a little bit more with staff and with this board is identify ways in which the 49ers have done things to benefit and to prioritize revenues for the SCSA. And this structure that we're proposing here today is one of those ways. We're essentially saying we're not going to go the route of seeking Stadco revenues from the team stores, and we're solely going to focus on driving revenue to the SCSA in the sale of merchandise outside of the team stores, utilizing the team stores in the tenant exclusive spaces as a resource to be able to maximize those revenues outside of the team store. So that's why today we are recommending the approval of this agreement. We think it's a great deal for the SCSA, and we think that we take pride in driving continual increases in non-NFL event profits. And this agreement itself, as was discussed, we expect to have $150K to $250K impact on profits for this year. So those are baked into the projections that we had earlier this year. So those would need to be revised if we were to go a different route. But that has real impacts, and we expect to put approximately a six-figure difference to the general fund from performance rent based on the approvals here today. So I thank you guys for your consideration here today. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. All right, authority members' questions. Authority member Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. My question is, first, a few questions. In our report, like we have 23-24 comparison, like what if we had the new plan versus the old contract we had. So it's a delta of around 118%, 195,000. Do we have any numbers for 24-25? What numbers are presenting for 24-25? And keeping in view that, why is the delta, if we are comparing 25-26 numbers, so one question on that is, will we be able to do merchandise, this type of merchandise selling by any vendor, Fanatics or any, whatever, whosoever the vendor, during the FIFA games, or because those are non-NFL? So if, that's my question, whether they can do that or not during the FIFA management of the games. And if yes, the difference of 150 to 250K seems to be very low, like our projection that we will be making 150 to 250K more than the current model seems to be very low. So what are our actual projections are for 25-26 basically, net revenue? And I did get an answer for my other question. I had a question that if we have another vendor, where will they store the merchandise? And I think Council Jihad just mentioned that currently they have a space which Stadco is paying for, and if the new vendor comes, they will have to have a separate tenant space. Is that correct?
Are you finished with your questions?
Yeah. Okay. Right. Those are my questions for timing.
Thank you. Vice Chair, Authority Chair Cox.
Thanks, Jihad. So the staff report projected a 118% increase in potential sales under the new agreement. And I wondered if you could clarify whether that increase is based on the performance features that Fanatics can provide exclusively, or would that be achieved by another potential vendor? I guess in order, in said other words, is it the vendor or the incentive model that you guys are looking at? And could you clarify how you came up with a 100% increase? And then I think that you mentioned something, and perhaps it was what Councilmember Chahal was speaking about, unique space allocation that goes to Fanatics right now that would perhaps prohibit sales if we used a different model. So I'd like to understand a little bit more about that. Sorry, that just didn't make sense to me.
Thank you. Authority Member Jane.
Yeah, I had first a question to staff. You showed that this slide 5, where there's the Fanatics have in-venue retail partnerships with 14 NFL teams. Do you know, is that only for the NFL portion of the activities at those stadiums, or is it for non-NFL as well? Any of those stadiums where they have somebody else besides Fanatics in this? Is there a precedence for this? And then my second question is actually to Mr. Beachman. It seems to me like, and I'm trying to understand the 49er motivation behind this, it seems to me you guys are pushing us into going to Fanatics by not making the team stores available, by not making the tenant spaces available if we went with somebody besides Fanatics. So it's almost like you're pushing us for that. And I'm trying to understand where you think there are truly advantages by using Fanatics for those spaces rather than somebody else.
Any other questions? All right, I have a couple. So we heard this about 2 months ago, and then there was time prior to that. I want to know why this didn't go out to bid, and maybe Fanatics would have been the successful bidder, or maybe the only bidder. I don't know who's working on those other stadiums that Fanatics isn't working on, but it seems like there'd be plenty of time for this to go out to bid, and I know we've had several grand jury reports on the finances of the Stadium Authority and the operations at the stadium, and transparency and, transparency is really important, and the finances are very important. This is a publicly owned asset. So there was plenty of time to go out to bid. Should have gone out to bid. I don't know who else is out there. There might be somebody, maybe not, but there certainly was plenty of time. So why it didn't go out to bid? And I think it was alluded to earlier by my colleagues, but how does this contract, if it's 1 year, 2 years, whatever it is, with options, how does it handle the revenues from the Super Bowl and World Cup? Because obviously that would be the motivation to get this done and get this done quickly, to be there for Super Bowl and World Cup. So how does the contract address that and the revenues? And then my next question is, how will they separate the services they provide to the 49ers and Stadco with the services they provide to the Stadium Authority? Because I'm really uncomfortable with the commingling of the contracts and potential revenues. Again, with all the grand jury reports we've had and the issues we've had in the past, we want to make sure that everything sees the light of day and things aren't commingled. And so does the Stadium Authority have audit rights also for this contract and these revenues? Because I don't mind going with Fanatics. I kind of like the option too, that we maybe use them for a year, go out to bid and see if there's anybody else out there. But I feel like we should have done that in the first place. There certainly was plenty of time. So, Councilmember Chahal, you have a follow-up question? Go ahead, please.
Just a quick one. Council Jihad, you mentioned that during the non-NFL games, your merchandise will not be, 49ers merchandise will not be sold under your umbrella, right? So they will be closed?
Just
That's
ask
my
your question, please.
That's my question. Will your stores will be closed permanently so that there's no commingling? All the revenue we are getting on non-NFL will go to Stadium Authority. I just want to make that clarification.
I'm talking about, if you're referring to my question, commingling of the contracts and how the revenues could be commingled under that situation when one company represents both groups. We've dealt with that issue with the stadium manager, so that's where my concern is. What's the firewall in between?
And Mayor, my question also pertains to that. If the revenue is decided on the particular date, and we know there is no stadium NFL event on that date, how we can make sure that all the revenue on that particular date will be coming to Stadium Authority?
Anybody else with questions? Councilmember Gonzalez, I don't want to forget you. No? Okay. All right. Thank you. Executive Director?
Sure. Thank you, Board. There are a number of questions, and some are for staff, some will direct to Mr. Beachman. So, well, there were a number of questions with regard to the allocation of space for Fanatics and using Stadco space in the lease. And I think it was Councilmember Jane that said it appears that Stadco is pushing the Stadium Authority toward utilizing Fanatics. So, Jihad, can you discuss that item?
Yeah, it's not that it's the reality of the structure of the stadium is that we have the exclusive right to that space, and we've licensed that right exclusively to Fanatics. So we wouldn't have the ability as part of an RFP to even allow that space to go to a third party to be able to use. They have that space on an exclusive basis based on their agreement with us. And so that's why they are able to use that space for non-NFL events. But that would be something that we would allow them to do because of the relationship that we have in trying to be part of the SCSA. But it's unlikely, I don't want to speak for Fanatics, but I'd say it's unlikely that they would relinquish that right to some third party for them to operate and use their space that they have the exclusive right to as part of some separate third party deal that you do with the new vendor. So it's not that we're necessarily pushing the SCSA to do anything. We'll clearly, if you guys ask us to do something, we'll go and do it. It's simply a matter of there are efficiencies related to their presence in those spaces to allow them to do things that no other third party would be able to do because Fanatics already has an exclusive right to that space.
Okay, Mr. Beachman, there was another question around this not going out for bid. I do want to say between March 11th and today, we wanted to bring back additional articulation. As you know, Mr. Beachman, or a representative from Manco, was not able to attend the last meeting, and so we wanted the board to have someone here, which is why in the last 2 months a RFP didn't go out. But Mr. Beachman, will you articulate why Manco did not do an RFP?
Yes, so we're happy to go and do a bid if that's what this council wants. Our concern is that there is a lot of uncertainty surrounding what that bid would look like. And so essentially we'd be going to market with the ability to operate third-party rights in the corridor of the stadium to sell on behalf of promoters. What we couldn't do is give them an exclusive right to do that. So they would be bidding into a property where Fanatics could at any time say, hey, we're gonna, in addition to you operating in the space right here, Fanatics is gonna be operating and possibly negotiating directly with promoters to operate in a space next to you. And if that were to happen, Fanatics in those cases operating at the team store would be generating revenue for Stadco at the detriment of the SCSA. That would, in that case, be beneficial for Stadco. But what we're saying here today is we think it's a better overall operational experience to have one partner who's in the stadium because of the space that they have. And that, in fact, will drive additional revenue to the SCSA. So from our perspective, if you would like us to go do an RFP, we're happy to go do that. There's just a lot of uncertainty about what that would create in terms of a system of having two different concession vendors operating during non-NFL events. One that's operating for its benefit and driving value for it and for Stadco, and one who'd be driving value for the SCSA. We think it's beneficial to have one partner that's only driving value to the SCSA, because that will result in the most dollars and the highest profits for the SCSA.
Can I have a follow-up to that? So in a non-NFL event, so Fanatics, if they were the chosen vendor, would be providing and generating revenue for both Stadco and SCSA at the same time?
No, they are
That's
only...
basically what you just said.
No, I was saying in a situation were this to go out to bid and a different third party were to win that bid, they would only be able to operate outside of the concessions and the corridor areas, in like basically the corridors behind the seats. That's where they would be able to operate. Fanatics, in that situation where they did not win the bid in the RFP for this business, they would still be able to operate in the team stores. They have the exclusive right in the team stores to operate year-round during all events.
I get that. I get that.
And so in that sense, they would be able to operate in the team stores, and those revenues would be Stadco revenues. What we're saying is we're willing to shut down that component of it, not have them operate in team stores, and only drive revenues to the SCS.
What you said was they had a booth here, and then they'll have a booth next to them.
The third party might have a booth over here, and then Fanatics would have their ability to
So
operate.
Fanatics would just have the team store.
In the sense of there's a third party bid that wins.
Correct.
Yes, yes. In that sense, they would only
have the team
They
store.
would only have the
They
team
wouldn't have
store.
the little
And this,
setup.
we'll call them, widget company over here would be operating the corridor for your benefit and driving benefit
Right.
for you. But what we want is Fanatics in that space without this other operation occurring where it's only Fanatics operating
I
on your
understand what you
behalf.
want. I'm just trying to understand what you just said. Thank you. Thank you.
Sure. And just to elaborate on that, the staff did recommend the sole source primarily for this reason, because Stadco has made a decision in their contract with Fanatics where they have exclusive use of the team stores. And I think Mr. Beachman just articulated that they're willing to drive revenue to the public entity, the Stadium Authority, in a sole source mechanism. And so that's additional revenue for the Stadium Authority, which we think is valuable. We all know at the end of the waterfall, money comes to the general fund, so an important consideration. That is part of the answer to the other question, but Mr. Beachman, I'm going to toss that to you again. And Councilmember Cox asked about the projection for an additional $118,000 in new revenue.
Yep.
Is that percent? 118%.
Yes. And so those projections were just based upon actual sales from that year, not based upon the additional incentives that we believe are provided to Fanatics to operate in a specific way to reduce costs. So we actually think that in the future that they're going to be able to drive additional revenues in just that way. But that 118% calculation was solely based on looking at the revenues expenses from those events from that year, and then saying, okay, if we had had this different structure, what would the revenue and expenses have been in that case, and then what those final profit items would have been for the SCSA in the case where you put this new financial structure in there. And so that was just looking at 23-24 year. We have not done the same analysis for 24-25, which I believe was your question, Stadium Authority member Chahal, that we have not done the analysis there. We expected it to be a similar number, maybe a little bit smaller. Taylor Swift was really driving that fiscal year 23 number. So revenues were a little bit lower in fiscal year 24. And we expect that the delta will be approximately the same, maybe a little bit more in fiscal year 25. I did want to also address the FIFA question. This would not apply to FIFA. FIFA has its own special structure in place that they'll be coming in with their own things. As you remember with the assignment, all of those revenues, as part of that, we're going to go to FIFA anyway and would not have been Stadium Authority revenue in either case. But they will be the ones that will be operating in that aspect. And so Fanatics understands that should they be awarded this contract, that it would not apply to FIFA, which I think also increases the uncertainty for any partner who would be bidding this for fiscal year starting 26. Because you'd be bidding into a year where you would have FIFA happening, and so you wouldn't have those operations, and it's a little bit uncertain about what the non-NFL event calendar will look like in fiscal year 26 with FIFA taking up the first part of that year. It would just add additional uncertainty to people who were looking to bid for this amount, but it would not apply. This particular structure would not apply for FIFA.
Okay,
Does the model of that work with only Fanatics right now? When you look at 100% increase, 118% increase, do you see that only being a successful model with the Fanatics store, or?
Yeah, this was something that we were able to negotiate, and we negotiated pretty hard on your behalf with Fanatics. We could ask in an RFP process for different structures to be presented. That makes it a little bit harder to compare apples and apples, and so through that RFP process, we would have to see what other people are comfortable, how they're comfortable structuring. Some require that you cover their costs first before you go and take any profits out. This is a matter where their payment is their payment and our payment is our payment, and their costs come out of the payments that they're getting made. So there's less risk for us in this structure and more downside in the other structures where people are requiring that their costs come out first. But it's unclear what the different structures might be in an RFP process, whether we tell people that it has to be a certain structure, or we elect to allow them to do different types of structures and propose different structures, which might make it a little bit more difficult to compare, but that's just a little bit of uncertainty going through that process.
Okay. I have a follow-up question to that. You said so many, I forget how many stadiums use Fanatics. Who is servicing the other stadiums? What companies?
It's a mix of companies. We can get the specific names, but it's no one has the presence that Fanatics has that we have. I mean, there's a couple listed on there. There's people like Aramark. There's others that operate, but no one to the level that Fanatics does. But we can go and try to procure a list of the 14 is what we're aware of. We're not, we don't have a specific name for every single location. We're aware of those 14. We're aware of, for the San Francisco Giants, we're aware for the Golden State Warriors, we're aware they do those. But it isn't something where we have like a list of everyone at every single building. One additional thing that I would just add on to that, I believe someone asked about whether there was a delta where someone had a structure where someone else operated third-party events. We're unaware that there have been separate bid processes for NFL and non-NFL events at a specific stadium. Which we've seen people subcontract, allowing promoters to subcontract specific events, but nothing where you've had a partner come in and operate all non-NFL events and all NFL events. So that's not something that we've seen. I don't want to say absolutely it's never happened, because like I said, we don't have a full view into everyone's operation, but that's not something we've seen elsewhere. But I do want to make clear that there are third parties, promoters who may come in and have their own people who will come and do the sales, or will have a specific third party they work with in multiple locations do it. But I'm not aware of one party having the entire book of business for non-NFL events and a different party having it for NFL events.
I think you'd have to look at publicly owned stadiums like ours to compare apples to apples. So most of the stadiums are not publicly owned. Yes, Assistant City Manager.
If I could just say, Mr. Beachman is correct. There is one. We haven't seen, as he described, a scenario where non-NFL events go to this merchandise concessionaire, NFL team stores go to another. We haven't seen that, but we have seen with NRG, which is Houston, Aramark manages everything, including all retail, but Fanatics operates the online store for the Texans. So if you go online, you're going to be working with Fanatics and the Texans. If you go into the venue, you're going to be working for, you're going to be operating through Aramark, which has full concessions in retail. So that would be for NFL and non-NFL.
Okay. There was a question asked about Super Bowl. Just to confirm, this proposed agreement does not deal with any NFL event, and so it would not apply to Super Bowl or a regular or postseason game. And I see the city attorney. You're good? Okay, perfect. That is all the questions that I see. If there's another, jump in.
I've got one that Mayor posed about audit rights, Mayor. And you'd asked this last time too, and we discussed it at least under the terms of this contract. Section 21 of this contract with Fanatics provides for audit rights. It's the Stadium Authority who administers the contract, but we discussed and Mr. Beachman's agreed that they would coordinate with us if we desired that there be audit rights, instituted with respect to this operator. There are also audit rights, of course, under our management agreement, with Manco, and so we could get at it that way, or if we wanted specific information regarding Fanatics, could get at it through the direct contract with Fanatics.
We've not always been successful with our audits of the documents from Manco. So I just want to make sure if we do this contract that we do have clear audit rights without their approval, that it's our opportunity to have those audit rights.
Yeah,
we make the decision.
Yeah, it would be coordinated, Madam Mayor, but the standard agreement doesn't include that. Looking at Mr. Beachman to include a more definitive statement regarding our ability to implement an audit right with respect to the Fanatics contract itself.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that while in the past there have been, we recognize that there's been things that you've requested that's taken time to get you guys. I think with the new FMS system that we've put in place, that there is this real-time access to data, so the staff will have access to the data and the underlying data that goes into that. In addition to that, any audit rights that may exist under the contract, if there is an election that's made by the Stadium Authority to do that, we will certainly facilitate that on the Stadium Authority's behalf. We've agreed to do that. We would agree to do that on behalf of the Stadium Authority. And so that, in addition to the FMS system that exists to provide that transparency, we believe provides the necessary clarity and transparency into the underlying information for this agreement.
City Executive Director, I would want to make sure that the Manco doesn't do it on our behalf, that we actually audit our own.
Absolutely.
Can you answer that, please?
Absolutely. We would conduct the audit and have the contract with the outside firm and have them collaborate with the stadium manager. I will say, I think we've answered all the questions. There may be additional follow-up. In closing, while all three options are available to you, I do want to note that option one does have a 60-day termination clause. And so given some of the complexities and uncertainties, we could, if the board desires, go with option one. And if we encounter any issues, execute that 60-day termination clause and then move forward with a full RFP process.
My question wasn't answered about the possible commingling of contracts and firewalls between the two, because that's, I think, it's
very
the
important
basis
issue.
of what my concern is.
Very, very
Forgot
important
that
issue.
question.
We'll turn to Mr. Beachman and then the city attorney.
It's really for the city attorney. It's not for the 49ers to answer.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I think part of that, and certainly Mr. Beachman could add on to this, I think you got at that with your audit right, question. The audit rights that we have under the management agreement determine or allow us to evaluate how revenues are being collected, and that revenues that are Stadium Authority, revenues are being appropriately allocated to the Stadium Authority. So I think that's the best answer for that. The other element of it is to the extent that this relates to non-NFL events as opposed to NFL events. The commingling would be more challenging because we'd have, even though this contractor has contracts for both NFL and non-NFL events, they would be required to collect and report, and we would have access to revenues that are non-NFL event specific. So I think those protections are built in, Mayor, by the nature of the contract as a non-NFL event contract. And if Mr. Beachman wants to add to that, he certainly can.
Yeah, I would like to just note that the entire structure of this deal protects the SCSA. And so when you think about the costs associated with an event, the SCSA is not paying costs. Fanatics is covering those costs. And so it would not impact the SCSA about where Fanatics is allocating costs. We will be vigilant about making sure that it's allocated correctly, but that would not impact the Stadium Authority's revenue, who the costs are being attributed to, because your guys are just, Fanatics is the one who's taking on all those costs. And as it relates to revenues, to making sure those revenues are calculated correctly, I assure you, promoters are very vigilant about making sure that they are tracking all the revenues related to the sales at their events. And so they'll be the ones as well, along with us, ensuring that those revenues that get attributed to the, or that are sold at the event are attributed to the event. So that just the structure of the event itself, in addition to the protections that come with the audit and other reviews that are available, just the structure of the contract itself doesn't have the SCSA being responsible for costs and has a partner in making sure all the revenues that are being calculated are calculated in a way that drives revenues to non-NFL events.
Can I ask you, are the costs then deducted from the net revenue?
No, so the costs are deducted from Fanatics revenue that they receive. So when you're calculating out gross to net, the gross is in total sales. The net is going to be things like the other costs that Fanatics incurs, which is going to be credit card fees, which is going to be, there's fees related to counterfeiting inspection and detection. There's other specific transactional fees associated in there, but their labor and their specific costs, those are borne entirely by Fanatics and not calculated into that net revenue number.
All right, Vice Mayor Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Beachman, and I really appreciate how knowledgeable you are on all aspects of this. Mine is just a comment right now because I think we've answered our questions. I don't know that 60 days gives us the full scope of how this all works out, but I understand that if there is investment, like a incentive for us to do this, I also am supportive of using Fanatics. I do think that in light of calls for transparency and the 49ers and the city working collaboratively and each trying to compromise, that perhaps this one-year term where you go out to bid, and the likelihood, if you're saying this is correct, is probably that Fanatics will get the bid anyways. I know it puts a little bit of burden on your organization to do that work, and I know there's ambiguity about what the RFP would look like, but I think that gives you a year to work with Fanatics. We get the proof in the pudding of if it's a successful model when we come to another year term. And, you know, in 60 days, if we had to come back and didn't want to do this, it complicates what we would want to be set up and ready to roll when these major events come. So I hope that's a win-win and a bridge solution for both the city and the stadium right now, and the team. But I certainly would be supportive of a one-year thing. But I think for transparency, I know it maybe doesn't make sense to you guys, the experts, but I think an RFP would be appreciated by our residents.
Madam Mayor, if I might, just one clarification on the comment. Just to be clear about the 60 days reference, the 60 days is a termination for convenience right under the contract. It's not really an initial term or preliminary term. So the notion behind that is if there was an issue that arose during whatever the term you all might have recommended would be it 1 year, be it 2 years, no matter what, if there's an issue, there's a termination for convenience right that can happen.
Yeah, and totally understand. You know, probably an audit or something wouldn't come up within 60 days. Probably we wouldn't see 118% increase in profits, you know.
No doubt. That wouldn't be, we would not view that provision as a trial, a 60-day trial period. It would really be more after there was some substantial performance. And frankly, those provisions are frequently used in lieu of termination for default, because if you're trying to terminate for default in 30 days or quicker, you have to actually prove that there was a default under the contract. So the termination for convenience provision is really something that's valuable to us in general.
All right, anybody else? I'll go to the public. Did I go to the public yet? No, I don't think so. Do we have any public members that would like to speak on this issue? I don't see any. All right, authority board members. Authority member Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you for all the questions being answered, like for the clarity. Yeah. My only thing I want to make sure is the revenue, non-commingling of the revenue. And as Council Jihad, you mentioned that on the non-NFL days, your stores will be closed totally. So how, I would like the staff and everyone to make sure that the revenues on those particular dates are 100% dedicated to Stadium Authority. And I know Council Jihad mentioned the promoters have their own agreements. So we want to make sure there is a fully transparent revenue disclosure that, hey, this is, and our FMS system should be getting that figures. So if that is the case, I can fully support this motion, basically. That's my only, like, we know we had issues in the past, but we want to be very clear the revenue on that particular days, especially when NFL 49ers are closing their stores, that has to be 100% dedicated to Stadium Authority. How we make sure, I want a staff to work out with the different parties to make sure that, and fully reporting of that should be there with that. Thank you.
Councilmember, Authority Member Hardy.
Thank you. I'm willing to make a motion for option 1. I like that it has the 60-day off-ramp. I think it's the best deal for our stadium, for us. And for the amounts of money we're discussing, the cost for an RFP don't make sense to me. And I think this makes the most sense. And I appreciate that you did argue in behalf of the Stadium Authority, so thank you. So I make that motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Anyone else? Can I ask our city staff, did you do a conflicts of interest check between Fanatics and the team? And the 49ers?
Madam Mayor, we're discussing whether that was done as part of the procurement process. As you probably know, at least under standard city contracts, vendors, depending upon the nature of the contract, do submit a form that describes, conflict of interest.
Right, and because we've had issues in the past.
So I'm going to ask stadium manager to explain.
Well, I'm asking this if we've done it.
No, I understand. No, we definitely haven't. So go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just note that the people that were involved in this process, which would include myself, which would include our General Manager Francine Hughes, all make the disclosures that are necessary in our Form 700s, and Fanatics is not on those documents. So there is no conflict with the people who are making this. I'm unaware of any 49ers individuals who have investments in Fanatics. But as far as people who were involved in this process making this decision, which include myself and Francine, that those are full disclosures that are made online and do not have a conflict.
So, Madam Mayor, if I'm understanding your question is, are you asking if the 49ers have an interest in the Fanatics organization?
Right, or anybody in the
So that's a little bit different than what you described in terms of your, the disclosure interest. Are you aware? We did not do that, Madam Mayor. And I'd ask Mr. Beachman to confirm that there's no.
We do not have any economic, the 49ers entities do not have any economic interest directly in Fanatics as well.
Thank you.
Other than, of course, the existing contract that you have for
Yeah,
the
we have a
sales that
relationship
you've described.
contract.
Yep.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to be in support of this motion. I think that we may like or not like tenant exclusive areas, but if we can leverage them in the benefit of for the benefit of the Stadium Authority, I think that would be beneficial for us. And we do have an off ramp if there's issues with this contract, but I will be in support of it because of that reason.
Thank you. I actually would be supportive of the contract for option 2. I think that, what I've learned over these years is that, and the grand jury has pointed it out, the lack of transparency with the Stadium Authority and Manco and what goes on in the financial dealings. And I think that we owe it to our public to go out for a competitive bid. And if Mr. Beachman is correct, Fanatics by far would be the successful bidder for this project, and it gives them a year to be working in the event, because even though we have a 60-day termination, we're not going to know. We won't know, at least in the first year. If anything is wrong, we would have no clue, no idea. So I feel more comfortable going back to the public and say this was not a single source contract. This was done competitively, and they won the bid, and they're the best for the organization and best for the public asset. So I'm not going to support the motion. I would love to see option 2, because I think it's the best of both worlds for us. We get them in there for the year, and we also go to bid so we can prove to our public that we're doing our civic duty to support and protect the Stadium Authority. All right, Assistant Stadium Authority, Assistant Clerk, whatever your name is.
Authority Board Gonzalez.
Yes.
Authority Board Shahal.
Yes.
Authority Board Hardy.
Yes.
Authority Board Park.
Yes.
Authority Board Jane.
Yes.
Vice Chair Cox.
No.
Chair Gilmore.
No, couldn't remember my name. And that passes 5-2. Thank you. All right, next, we've got a public hearing, opportunity for public comment and action on a final version of the 2025 to 2030 Consolidated Plan and Fiscal Year 25-26 Annual Action Plan for the use of Federal Housing and Urban Development HUD grant funds, and this is a public hearing. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight is the second and final hearing required by the Federal Housing and Urban Development Department before the city can adopt its consolidated plan and annual action plan for federal funding. This is the first public hearing was held on April 8th. As you know, the city receives $1.2 million annually in federal community development block grant, often called CDBG, and home funds, which must be used to benefit lower income residents through public services, facility improvements, affordable housing, and related programs. These funds are guided by priorities set in the 5-year consolidated plan and allocated each year through the annual action plan. Adam Marcus, our Housing and Community Services Manager, will be presenting the item tonight, and consultant Sherry Coulter from Root Policy is available virtually to assist with any questions. Adam?
Not used to seeing you this early, Adam. Welcome.
Night is young. Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'll be brief tonight. As you know, the city does receive these funds every year. And what's important to note here is that this is the second and final hearing. So once you vote tonight, we will be able to move forward with. We'll go ahead and get started. Okay. You saw this in the prior meeting, so I won't go into every detail here. But again, the 5-year plan is important because it sets our goals, which then determine how we spend our funds for the next 5 years. It then sets the tone for each of our annual action plans. As Javon mentioned, Root Policy is our consultant, and they are here today to help answer questions about the plan and the outreach that was conducted. And this evening, May 13th, is our second and final hearing. I wanted to mention a few comments that we heard from public hearing number 1. We did hear from 5 public service agencies who spoke in support of the allocation. We heard from 4 additional public service agencies via written comment and letters of support. We did hear from one member of the public who did comment on concerns around ongoing funding from the federal government. We heard from Councilmember Shahal asking about a backup plan for HUD funding. We heard from Councilmembers Hardy and Jane asking for clarification questions on tenant-based rental assistance. Councilmember Park also asked if agencies can use public service and capital improvement dollars. And beyond that, no additional public comments were received since that hearing. These are the goals that you saw in the first hearing. We haven't changed them at all, so they're still there. Affordable housing, homelessness, public services, fair housing, and public facilities improvements. These are the same numbers that you saw in the first meetings. I won't go into them in detail. And the next 3 slides also summarize the 3 different categories of allocations. These numbers have not changed since the first hearing, but I will quickly say that the first slide relates to CDBG funding for public services, so Meals on Wheels, various senior services. Again, those allocations have not changed. The second slide relates to local funding for public services, so general fund and other special revenue funds, again, for services such as landlord-tenant mediation and other services. And the third slide, again, which has not changed since the first hearing, relates to capital projects using both CDBG and home. Now, we did receive some questions about our NCIP program, so we did add a slide this evening to further explain that. So the NCIP program has been a program here since 1976. It's a long-running program. It's intended to rehab low-income homeowners' single-family homes. And the current program is divided into 2 levels. The first level is the minor repair grant. It's a grant program, so the money goes out, it doesn't come back to the city. The minor repair grant program is up to $25,000, and it's for minor things like ramps, grab bars, other accessibility repairs that are needed for the house. This current year, we are proposing to allocate $200,000 using this coming year's entitlement funds, and that would serve approximately 11 households. The other portion of our program is the major repair loan program. The loan program is intended for much more substantial rehabilitation. That might include re-roofing, major plumbing repairs, replacement heating and cooling systems, various pest remediation, weatherization, foundation work, energy efficiency work, mold, et cetera. The average scope for the loan program is about $100,000. Sometimes it's less, sometimes it's more. It depends on the needs of the house. The program prioritizes health and safety needs. And so that's why, again, it depends project by project. One quick thing I wanted to clarify, which wasn't clear in the earlier chart, is that there's really 2 sources of funding that are going into the NCIP major repair loan program. It's our entitlement funds, which is the $400,000 that you saw in the chart, and it's also prior year, or what we call program income, of $160,000. And so the way that it's presented in the con plan is a little confusing because it really focuses on the upcoming year and less so on money that's been paid back to the city when people pay off their loans. So I just wanted to make clear that we're actually working with $560,000, not only $400,000. And so together, those added together, again, would average around 6 homes. Again, these are major repairs. And I'd also like to mention very briefly that costs are, of course, going up for labor and materials. So whether or not we're spending funding on a grant program for minor repairs or on larger, more major repairs, dollars aren't not going quite as far anymore because of these reasons. And so the city manager has directed staff to look at the cost efficiency of this program as well as others, and it's something that is in progress. But ultimately, it is a policy decision on whether or not to fund larger rehab programs versus smaller ones that would serve more people, but not meet the needs of people who do have very serious issues with their homes and wish to stay in those homes. And with that, we have our recommendations, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
My understanding is when you do HUD funding, you have to file reports on your progress, and those reports are very expensive. In terms of staff time, right? Estimate $7,500. I'm sorry. So what I'm saying is that to give out $30,000, it costs us $7,500 approximately in staff time. No, I'm getting to my question. I haven't asked the question yet. So if you look at slide 7, you'll see that out of our general fund, we're actually giving out $69,000 to Project Sentinel. And if we were to swap Project Sentinel with 2 of the programs from CDBG funding, wouldn't we actually save a bunch of staff time? Because you'd only do 1 report for Project Sentinel.
Just so I understand, are you asking to?
Let's say we remove.
Let's just let him ask every question, and then others will have some
Let's say we remove loaves and fishes and Sala, and we put them into general fund funding, $30,000 each, but replace those 2 with Project Sentinel. Then instead of doing 6 reports to HUD, we'd be end up doing 5 reports to HUD, thereby saving a bunch of staff time. So that's my question.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes, for the most part, I don't have any problems with this. I did get asked a very interesting question this last Saturday, so I went back over this report with this in mind. And I know 35 years ago, as a renter, I used Project Sentinel, and they were very helpful with mediation with my difficult landlord. So I'm aware of what they do. But I was asked by a senior member of our community whose children have all left the nest and said, you know, I'm more than willing to rent out bedrooms in my house, but I'm very concerned as a senior and being on my own, she's a widow, not having the wherewithal to do this correctly. And I thought about it and I looked back through and I didn't see anything along those lines. And I think the term is called shared housing. But I had heard someone over in Sunnyvale make the same comment, that they were willing to rent out rooms and that would be low-income housing type situation. But there was no way to vet that or even have an appropriate type rental agreement cost-wise. So I'm asking that question with that in mind, having been asked just this last Saturday and going back over this, because it says Hope Services is educational, and I know what the other agencies do, and I didn't see anything like that. So I was wondering if you had heard of that, if that was something that is being done maybe by the county that I wasn't aware of, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it for the questions. Yes.
Let me take the first question, and it was Councilmember Jane's question, and I will summarize it by saying that the question was, can we adjust our grant programs and how we allocate the money to reduce staff costs? And you provided one example. I think I said earlier in our budget study session that, having a city manager that used to be a budget manager can be a blessing and a curse. We had almost that same conversation during our departmental budget as we were going through how we utilize federal grants as well as some state grants and the cost of administration. And I did some of the rough math that you just did. Certainly the cost to administer programs are high. Federal government has significant grant reporting requirements, and we can certainly, and we are looking into how we utilize those funds. Important to note that we unfortunately find ourselves in the situation, as many other municipalities do, where we have not used all of our prior year allocations due to COVID. And so you want to spend those federal grant dollars, or else you run the risk of losing federal grant dollars. And so as we went through the budget process, knowing that the department did a very detailed, excellent notice of available funds process, worked with nonprofits, did not want to make an immediate change to how we were running the program in the coming year, but certainly asked staff to go back and let's do a wholesale look at how we utilize the funds for the very reasons that you're mentioning, which is the cost of administration is high. We know that they're very good programs, that they benefit a number of people, and also didn't want to immediately pull back on any grants to any programs. Wanted to do it in a sort of more thoughtful, analytical way. And so we're going to do that work, but I totally get the questions you're raising, and they're very, very valid.
Go ahead.
So I'm not saying we're pulling back on anything.
I know.
We're replacing 60,000 with 69,000 from the federal government, and we're funding everything the same, right? That's my suggestion.
Right, and it would, you'd be given additional funds to, for example, loaves and fishes is your recommendation?
No. What I'm saying is, if you look at slide 6, I would pull loaves and fishes and Sala out of slide 6 and put it in slide 7 from general fund. And I would pull Sentinel out of slide 7 and put it in slide 6.
Okay. So I would, want staff to confirm, do the grant requirements allow for that switch? I'd be hesitant making that decision tonight. I understand the recommendation. So why don't we pause there, and I'll turn it over to Adam. Is that switching of programs between the two funding sources allowable? And are there any other implications that we need to think about as if we were to make a change tonight?
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. I think, I want to double check, but I think that our landlord-tenant mediation work is actually funded by a fee. So it does need to come from general fund. It's a fee that's collected for that purpose. And so I think that particular one would not be, for that reason, would not be able to swap.
Okay.
I'm not aware of, other than that, I'm not aware of any issue on the HUD side that would preclude using general fund instead of HUD funds.
Okay, well, if the fee is the barrier, then I'm fine with the proposal. Yeah.
Okay. And to answer Councilmember Hardy's question, that model does exist. The county did have a shared housing program for seniors. The sort of unofficial model is sort of the Golden Girls model, which is a senior has a house with rooms vacant, and they want roommates because they may be house rich but cash poor. It's a very challenging model to operate, as you might imagine, because you want to really make sure that there's not, abusive situations elder abuse situations happening. And so it does take a lot of, it's a labor-intensive program to ensure that both the homeowner and the tenants are safe and matched up well and continue to live well as housemates. So it exists. It's just, it does take a strong nonprofit that has staff and resources and funding to really make sure it goes well. It's a good idea. I just think there's just challenges there.
So I'm asking, is there one right now through the county? You alluded, but maybe there isn't. I couldn't find anything. That's why I was.
I haven't heard anything recently. A few years ago, there was an effort. The senior initiative at the county was really trying to support this, and I just haven't heard much about it lately. So
You called it, I'm sorry, the senior.
it used to be called the senior initiative.
Senior initiative, okay.
Let us do a little research and we'll.
Okay, and I'll look up that as well. I thought you were the purveyor of all housing knowledge. I would ask.
I think I answered all the questions. Was there anything else that I missed?
I do see Councilmember Park.
So thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for all the work put in. Like, I went through all my notes for the last meeting as well, so we kind of know why CDBG money should be spent, why things had happened. Learning about the fees for Project Sentinel was also very interesting. But I do have a question, meaning every time this comes up, we have this issue of it costs so much because of staff time. I mean, it costs us a lot of money, tens of thousands of dollars to write a report, to allocate these funds. And that can't be a fixed cost. I would think that if you've done a report year after year after year, it becomes a little bit easier. I'm not saying it's going to go down to zero, but maybe you save a little bit of cost. What I'm suggesting is the costs that are being incurred aren't fixed costs, they're estimates. And these estimates will also change depending on how well you know the applicants and how well you know the applicant process, how well you know if the funds have been allocated in the past. And because I just want to get past this idea of, well, it always costs this much, and therefore we're going to do this absolute, block math on, well, it costs this much to do this, it costs this much to do this. I would really like to understand what the actual costs are. And because I'm saying you put up a number, that's not the actual cost, that is an estimated cost. But we went from funding a lot of small projects to going to larger projects because of this. But I don't know that was the right idea. I think that from a funding perspective, it was right. But then when I talked to some of the people that were not getting funds through these programs anymore, the question is, where did you get funds to replace these? In a lot of cases, they didn't. So my concern is not just how do we efficiently give monies out, but how do we get monies to entities that do not get monies from other places, right? Or find it harder to get monies from other places. And this is one of the things that goes beyond just, sometimes you have to be a little bit inefficient with your spending to ensure that people with smaller requirements, people that don't have access to monies, get served. And so, because I understand this fixation with, efficiency, but I don't think efficiency, I don't think that all the organizations that request money can be as efficient as people who are asking for larger funds. Thank you.
Okay, so this is a public, did you want to answer the question?
I was.
Go ahead.
Sure. Really briefly, Councilmember Park, you're absolutely right. The number that we provide for staff time is an estimate, and it does vary. And certainly, if one staffer is year after year doing the same grant reports, there's efficiencies. I will say, totally understand your comments around moving away from small grants and the implication that could have on the entity. We discussed those concerns and want to be cognizant of that. And so I know the department will factor that into their review, but certainly would not make a recommendation to go with larger grants solely because of administration costs.
But council would make those recommendations.
Councilmember Jane.
I think my intent when I first proposed this was the general fund would be used for all of those small grants, where when you're using the general fund, the reporting requirements are very minimal compared to when you're pulling those grants out of CDBG, you have a lot more reporting requirements. So that was my intent. It seems like we only have basically 3 grants from general funds, one at 69,000, one at 15, and one at 5,000. So my intent was always that the smaller grants would come from general fund.
Did you answer all the questions? Or did you? I don't know.
Yes. After some clarifying questions around Councilmember James' proposal, what Adam articulated is there may be some grant criteria issues. We're not sure about that tonight, but certainly understand the council member's desire to reduce general administrative cost and staff time. And my recommendation is, as we do an analysis and look to altering the model, I think certainly factor that in. Is there a way to utilize general fund money for some of the smaller grants due to the reduced administration costs? And I'll turn it over to the housing manager for additional comments.
We already are in the process of lowering our admin costs. We're in the process of implementing a database system that allows for our subrecipients to actually do the work for us in some extent. So the reporting then flows into the system. It speeds up the processing of payments, and so that's already in the works. So that's something that's coming for this next fiscal year.
Thank you. Is that it? Okay, so it's a public hearing. We're going to the public, and we have a public member online. Is it Michelle? Yes, go ahead, Michelle.
Yes, good evening. My name is Michelle Schroeder, and I'm an attorney with SALA, Senior Adults Legal Assistance. We provide free legal services to Santa Clara residents 62 or older, targeting clients that are low income or at risk of abuse or loss of independence. We have a long-standing collaboration with the Santa Clara Senior Center. We go there twice a month and have appointments there. And also, we are going to be having a table at the upcoming Be Strong, Live Long Wellness Fair at the Senior Center this coming Friday. We are a current CDBG Public Service grantee, and we thank you. Your funding supports expanded availability of our services to your residents. In addition, we're recommended for $30,000 for this coming year to continue those services, and we thank the city staff for that recommendation. SALA cannot charge our clients fees for our services or accept fee-generating cases. The primary way we support our services is through grants like CDBG. Your funding helps us provide the highest level of service possible. We thank you for your current support, and we hope the council will support the staff recommendation for funding in the action plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. Next, we have Pilar. Go ahead, Pilar.
Great. Good evening. My name is Pilar Furlong. I'm the Chief Community Resources Officer at Bill Wilson Center. We are a longtime recipient of CDBG funds from the City of Santa Clara to support our counseling program for low to extremely low income residents in the city. So first of all, I wanted to thank the council for that longtime support and the staff for recommending us again for a grant of $30,000. I was before you last month speaking in support of the action plan and encouraging your support of that. And I am here again this evening to do that. I also, that's one thing, I'm going to switch gears a little bit, and I wanted to actually address something that Councilmember Hardy was talking about with shared housing. That is a program that Bill Wilson Center has done in the past. We did it around homeless youth. That is our niche market. And as Adam said, it's a challenging program to run, but it is a good one. We no longer do it in Santa Clara County. We have a very small shared housing program in Santa Cruz County for homeless youth, and it is funded by HUD. And so we're grateful for that. So again, council member, it can be done. It's a great program. It just takes a lot of work doing the matches and trying to find people that will open their homes. So again, that's all for me this evening. Thank you very much for your past support of Bill Wilson Center.
Thank you, Pilar. Do we have any other I don't see any other public members that would like to speak. So is it appropriate, City Attorney, to close the public hearing? May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Chahal, seconded by Councilmember Jane. Close the public hearing.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. I have Councilmember Park. I don't know if that's from before, but your light's on.
No, my light is on, yes. So I want to make a couple of comments, which is, I mean, CDBG has a number of requirements. They require that we have a business entity so that they can be sure that the city can manage the funds. Also, we need a public review process. And these meetings are the public review process. We're supposed to have two, which is why we have two hearings, I believe. This process 15 years ago was actually managed by the Santa Clara Citizens Advisory Committee. And the Santa Clara Citizens Advisory Committee, I mean, if you look on HUD, citizen advisory committees are another way that cities have often gotten input, public input for CDBG funds. And at that time, we had a pretty vibrant Citizen Advisory Committee where we had a dozen members coming to city chambers, city hall chambers, council chambers to give input. And we had a lot of grant applicants coming in to small grant applicants. I mean, $5,000, $7,000. I remember even when 4 or 5 years ago, we had people asking for grants in the amount of, that's how much it costs us to give you the grant, but we're going to spend that money to give you this grant. And my concern is, like, since that time, I haven't seen a single applicant, smaller applicant, coming in front of council to be reviewed. I haven't seen a lot of input. I've seen the input. The public input that we have is usually from the applicants themselves, you know, and that's good. I'm glad the applicants are here, and all the applicants that have come, I love them. SALA, I refer a lot of people to SALA. I wish they had more lawyers, attorneys, help for people with that don't speak English, that don't necessarily speak Spanish. But I mean, I think they're great, and the referrals are pretty nice. You can look into my account and see the. You can do a PRO request and see the comments, the referrals that I've given. But again, my concern about this process is we weren't. I mean, it's nice that we have year after year after year applicants that are similar, the same. But I remember when we had a different process, when the council didn't strip the Citizens Advisory Committee of its ability to review, didn't make decisions on, but to review and to also give recommendations on grants, because those recommendations were not just from the people applying for the grants, but they were also from citizens from all over. I mean, the Citizens Advisory Committee is, comprises residents, businesses, people who work in the city. Every organization, if you look at the bylaws, was supposed to be part of this, and that's where we were supposed to get this 360-degree review of these types of, of the grant applicants that we had. And because there was no need that was too small, I mean, we looked at, not quite a dozen applicants. We had subcommittees at that time to do this. And my concern, I mean, I just think back to the days where we used to have a vibrant, I mean, the only thing that's making this longer is the questions and my comment. But again, my comment is to say, we used to have robust discussions outside of council. And we used to have more applicants coming in with needs. I don't want to deny the applicants that are here. Every single one of them is a great program deserving of funds. But again, I can't help but think about some of the other applicants that I did have relationships with, that I did talk to, that we did have discussions in council chambers with, that are no longer part of this program. So it's just a comment, but thank you.
All right. So now we've had questions answered. We're moving ahead. Do I have a motion for staff recommendation? All right.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Hall, seconded by Councilmember Jane for the staff recommendation. 1, 2, 3.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox, Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you so much for providing all this information. Adam, staff, everyone, city manager, city attorney. Okay, moving on. Next item. Item number 8, note and file the resolutions of the Salary Setting Commission, increasing the salary for the positions of mayor and city council member and city clerk by approximately 10% for the period of July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2027, and setting the benefits for the position of police chief to align with the Unit 9A Memorandum of Agreement, and increasing the salary for the position of police chief by 2.5% to $353,686.56 annually, and action to adopt a resolution approving and adopting the updated unclassified elected salary plan for the positions of mayor and city council member, city clerk, and police chief for the period of July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2027. And I'd like to ask our city attorney, this salary setting commission was part of a charter amendment that was voted on by the residents. I don't think this council can change anything.
That's right.
I want to make sure that that's correct, because I know we've done in the past, had discussions, but there's nothing we can change. We have to
Yeah.
just accept. So city attorney?
That's right, Madam Mayor. If I might, Charter Section 702 provides the process for determining the salaries for the mayor, council, city clerk, and the chief of police. This section allocates that responsible, as you pointed out, to a salary setting commission. As such, council has no role or discretion in determining its compensation or the compensation for these other positions. Council does have an obligation to implement the decision of the commission as required by law by approving the salary plan containing that salary information, and that is the action that's before you tonight. I think the Director of Human Resources is online to either present the details of that as needs to be done for the record, or to answer any council questions.
Okay. Is that Araceli? Is she on, Araceli?
She is on and able to respond to
Does
any
the council want a
questions.
presentation? No? No.
Yeah.
All right, council questions. Councilmember Jane.
Yes, I believe the discussions from the packet said that while the Santa Clara Council did not have the lowest salary or the highest salary, when you took into account that every other city had medical expenses included, but Santa Clara did not, that is why they considered the increase in the salary for the council. And I just wanted to comment that I think it is odd that Santa Clara is the only city that does not have medical expenses included, and that's just my comment. Thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions from the council? All right, let me go to the public. We have Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I mean, that brings up a lot of questions. I mean, at some point, we looked into this. We actually have sessions on this at League of Cities and other things like that, and we know that cities with a larger population, can set salaries for council members without any discussion. I mean, they don't have to justify that. 250,000 people or more can do this. But I do feel that when I have looked at, when I've heard, when I've approved the recommendations from the salary setting commission or committee, or I don't know which one it is, but sorry, I don't know if there's discussion going on, but my concern is, where is the information coming from? I mean, it's kind of like a black box, and when things make sense or don't make sense, or there's additional questions, it seems to be disconnected, which is by intent. But at the same time, it doesn't necessarily give us things that are, like, I guess I could attend one of these and just look and listen in, but it just feels like there must be something that educates, that kind of informs the people making these decisions what issues are there. I know that when council discusses benefits and they discuss contracts with unions, there's a lot of things that go on. And again, I just feel that the numbers go up. There's just one metric, and that metric doesn't seem to be, as Councilmember Jane pointed out, doesn't seem to be in line with what other cities are doing. And I don't know if there's a way to get that thinking in there, right? But without any kind of, because I remember when this charter amendment was suggested, and I was sitting right there when it was discussed in council. But again, it just seems that there are ways to have a larger discussion than just numbers. Thank you.
I want to say the Salary Setting Commission has meetings. I don't know are they open to the public? Yeah, they're open to the public. You can look at the meetings, you can, excuse me, you can look at the minutes. They do a lot of research. And the HR department staffs them, and they ask for a lot of things. There's a lot of stuff's online. City Manager?
Yes, Mayor. I was going, in response to Councilmember Park's question, we do have our HR director online. She can articulate how staff supports the committee. It is supported by both the HR director and an attorney from the city attorney's office. So, Mayor, with your permission, we can have the HR director give a brief summary.
Very brief, yes. Go ahead. Is Araceli?
Yes, good evening.
Hi.
Council Araceli Azevedo, Director of Human Resources. So the Human Resources Department staffs the Salary Setting Commission in preparation for the commission to consider each appointee and the mayor and council positions. We do provide them background information. We conduct a total compensation survey that is presented before the commission. For their consideration, there is a discussion and questions that are asked of the commission members. And we, any follow-up questions that they have, we do go back, get the information, and present it to the commission. So for purposes of this year, they did ask quite a bit of questions. We answered, we were very responsive to their inquiries. And as I mentioned, we provided total compensation information for their consideration in making their decisions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so we have now, I'm going to the public. We have iPhone. Go ahead, please. iPhone. You're muted. There you go.
Hello, this is Linda again.
Hi, Linda.
And no, I'm not saying anything on this because the salary is set. I should have made the other meeting. But what I wanted to say is if somebody is making minimum wage, rounded number 40,000 a year, and they get a 2.5% raise, that's about $1,000 that they make more. If you take the police chief number, because that's what was listed, and 2.5%, that's about $10,000 more. So back in the 50s, 60s, the CEO of any corporation made about a little less than 30% or 30 times as much as the lowest paid member of their corporation. Now it's about 300 times that they make more than the lowest paid. And I wish that we went back to a flat rate increase. So many hundreds, thousands of dollars increase. It would make a lot of difference for the people who are really hurting. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you, Linda. All right, I don't see any others. Do we have any others online? All right. So the recommendation is to note and file the resolutions and adopt a resolution to approve the revised plan for mayor, council, clerk, chief, police chief, and with the salary setting commission recommendations. May I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Jane, second by Councilmember Hall. Any other discussion? Assistant City Clerk, when you're ready.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Abstain.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes 6 with 1 abstention. And thank you to the Salary Setting Commission for all of your work. I know you had many, many meetings and did a lot of research. So thank you very much for your service. And I guess you'll reconvene in about 2 years, year and a half. Again, a year and a half or so. Thank you. All right, reports of members, special committees, and council member 030 requests. Member Chaw.
Thank you, Mayor. So I, along with Councilmember Jane, attended the federal policy conference in Washington, D.C. from April 27th to May 1st. And during the process, we did lobby for getting funding for continuing or getting the funding for hydrogen hub for our Lodi plant. We did meet various elected officials, including Congressman Ro Khanna and his staff, for hydrogen hub, for protecting and tax-exempt municipal bonds for the cities, which is on the, it was brought that with the federal budget rebalancing they're trying to do, they might cut that off. So we were lobbying for that. Addressing wildfire mitigation and liability issues, especially within California. And other members we met were Senator Adam Schiff's staff. We met Congressman Sam Liccardo for these requests. And we met in person with Senator Alex Padilla for that matter. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Jane.
I have a number of things to report. Last Friday, May 9th, 4 of us council members were able to take a tour of the Santa Clara University Sobrato campus for discovery and innovation. They call it SCIDI. And also, Councilmember Cox was there to give us part of the tour and explain the building that she works in. It was a very nice tour. The interesting thing is that, you know, one of my motivations is try to break that town gown barrier. And what I didn't know was that alumni can use the makerspace. They have this incredible makerspace with lots of 3D printers and laser engravers and a shop bot. And it's accessible to alumni for a fee, so that was very nice. And then we got to see all the labs, all the glass. You could basically see into every classroom with the glass. It was a very impressive building. And as we saw, we had the sustainability fellows here. I really like that we have better relations with Santa Clara University now. Then on Saturday, May 3rd, I attended the Triton Museum 60th Anniversary Gala. Our city manager and our city attorney were all decked out in their tuxes, and it was a very nice event, a good showcase to the community of what we're doing there. As Councilmember Chahal said, I attended the NCPA Federal Policy Conference, which was a lobbying event in Washington, D.C., advocating for public power benefits, like tax-exempt direct pay, which is where public entities can get tax credits for renewable projects, and also the hydrogen hub and such. The last thing I wanted to mention is that my neighbor, Mildred Claire McClintock, was born on May 16th, 1925. So she will be turning 100 years old this Friday. And we have a proclamation for her, but unfortunately, she is not able to attend the council meetings. So I just wanted to mention that we have another centenarian in our city. Thank you.
All right, City Manager, Executive Director.
No report.
All right, thank you. Then I'm going to ask that the City Council adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Henry Serpa. It is with profound sadness that I must inform those who may not have yet heard of the passing of our fellow Santa Claran Henry Serpa after a courageous battle with pancreatic cancer. While Henry never sought the spotlight, his quiet contributions to our community and his unwavering dedication to his family represent the foundation upon which great communities are built. His presence at his children's soccer games, his commitment to creating meaningful family memories, and his gentle spirit touched countless lives throughout our city. Henry Serpa of Santa Clara passed away on April 28th, 2025, at the age of 62. His strength, humor, and compassion remained unwavering, even in the face of unimaginable challenges. He met every day with bravery, always more concerned with the well-being of others. Henry was a devoted family man and took immense pride in his children, guiding them with wisdom, kindness, and endless encouragement. Henry exemplified the very best of our community: a loving husband to Teresa, loving father to Jake and Gianna, a cherished grandfather to Gabrielle, his parents, Maria and Aurelio, and his sister, Mary. So in recognition of Henry's life and his impact on our community, I would like the City Council to adjourn tonight's meeting in his honor. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to adjourn in honor of Henry Serpa.
Second.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Park, second by Councilmember Hardy, to adjourn in Henry's memory.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cox,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Get home safely.